Alright, folks, it's the age of discovery time. We've already made one exciting discovery. And that there is a 1.0.8 patch out right now that tries to address some of the issues currently ongoing with the game. A brand new Paradox game is a living product after all for the first, 3 years? Even discounting DLCs. And so the expectation is that especially soon after launch, there's going to be loads and loads of changes. You can only do so much trying to map out a good experience and then play testing it before you set it out into the wild and you find out, in general, people are playing in these kind of ways. What you thought was a good balance is actually an exploit on this side or really punishing on this side. So I've heard some decent things. One which is really contentious is that centralized realms now get a penalty. Let me hear crinkling. Centralized realms get a penalty towards the loyalty of their vassals. Now that's not too big of a deal for me, because the way I see it, You okay, game? There's a lot of crinkle going on here. If I need to annex a vassal, what I'm going to do is improve their opinion to make sure they remain of a high enough opinion. Currently disloyal and cannot be annexed. Currently disloyal and cannot be annexed. So maybe there is a problem to it then. Because I'm tracking 200 opinion. Loyalty is at 41.86. Okay. The centralization is currently giving it a -10. Country strength of all fiefdom countries versus Overlord is 0.84. Power relative to Overlord. It used to be that, for this patch, the power relative to Overlord would either be a penalty if they were all combined stronger than me, or a minor penalty if I was stronger than them. You actually get a bonus now. So I'm deficient by 9 loyalty. Country strength of all fiefdom countries versus overlords. Ranging from 0 to 100. Once it drops below 50, the subject becomes a disloyal subject. See, I was thinking that, well, if I simply raise their opinion, that'll improve their loyalty, but I guess that's a different metric entirely. And that the big nerf would be to vassal swarms. What some people like to do, what I guess is part of the meta now, is that what people like to do is they get a whole lot of vassals, and when it comes time for war, all those vassals swarm out to attack the enemy. I don't like that so much because my vassals are typically small and pathetic. You know, they don't have the centralized state that I got. And so, if they get involved in wars, all they're doing is sapping more combat war score. They're getting their lands occupied, which is giving occupation war score. And, yeah, they're just making wars worse for me. And them losing their population in stupid fights and getting occupied all the time, that just worsens their economy, their development, their prosperity. it makes them economically weaker and thus makes me economically weaker. Now, on a philosophical level, I do disagree with how Paradox feels centralization should be expressed versus decentralization. The way I see it is that decentralization should primarily affect my country. How well I, as a king or queen of two Sicilies, can manage this entire realm, without having to delegate, right? If this is too big for me, a decentralized realm might be easier to maintain, proximity, better tax rate, whatever else. And as I get more powerful economically and politically, I could slowly start centralizing my control over the fringes. Vassals are vassals. They're not part of my domain. I can't tell Bologna what to do. Bologna is responsible for its own stuff. They just have loyalty sworn to me. They're not part of my centralized states. So, that's the biggest thing for most people, is the changes to centralization, decentralization. One thing I also heard people mention on the Reddit is that disease immunity has been lost. Diseases affecting our country: bubonic plague, influenza, measles, and smallpox. I don't see them. I heard people say that, oh, 0% presence, 0% presence. But I have my immunity still. The way the subreddit described it is that people had lost their immunities, but I still see mine. No presence in our country. Bubonic plague outbreak of 1432. Influenza, not present in our countries. Moderate influenza outbreak of 1385. It's been going on for 52 years? Annexing disloyal subjects. Attempting to annex a subject that is now disloyal will make no progress. I don't mind that they no longer join wars. But I do like more when it's based on opinion more than that. What can we do to raise your loyalty? Gain liberty desire. Maybe liberty desire should be what it's weighed against instead of loyalty. We've given them plenty of locations. Change to vassal status. Gain 50 opinion, lose 10 liberty desire. Different government type, different primary culture. Minus 68. Support loyalist. Spreads embrace institution to Pisa. Gains giving loyalist support, minus diplomats. Receiving loyalist support, loyalty to Overlord plus 20. Okay, let's do that. I got diplomats. Easy peasy. So, you know, you have ways. Even if I disagree philosophically, right, on whether centralization, decentralization should emphasize the crown control, the whatever control, over the country itself, while vassals are relationships abroad that are tightly bound to you but are not you until they get annexed. You still have ways around it. Having a whole lot of disloyal vassals means that these guys are not going to go join wars with me. For people who favor vassal swarm, that's a problem for them. But I prefer scuddage for my vassals anyway, because I want my vassals to do two things. One, make me money while they develop their own lands. And two, stay the fuck out of my wars, so you stop contributing negative war score and having your economic base gutted. So I don't mind nerfing vassal swarm. I did want to absorb Parma though, and it looks like they're at 17.17 loyalty. Current strength of all vassal countries versus Overlord is minor. That's 0.42, that's nothing. There is certainly more of a recalculation beyond just centralization though. Because we had barely any disloyal vassals, right? It'd be... what was it? Pisa at most, because I annexed Siena, and Pisa was right next door to Siena. And so they're like, oh shit, I'm next. And so we gave them a whole bunch of diplomats, and they were happier because we improved opinion. So, it definitely calculates much differently now. But like I said, I don't rely on vassal swarm. But I'm pretty sure that even with scutage, they'll pay me less tax from being disloyal. Yeah, disloyal subject. For Albania, they're only paying me about half as much. So, Athens. Oh man, I could have been making $3. Your annexation is paused too, because your loyalty, Bologna, is down to 41.81. We'll support your loyalists, which will give me an extra plus 20 loyalty to Overlord. The funny thing is that I've basically been ignoring all the advances that give... okay, there they are. It just disappears as they zoom out. Very cool. Is that part of the optimization they got going? Because there's also a whole lot of optimization that they try to do now and again too. You know devs, right? Especially bigger devs. They're working on better computers than the average gamer has, so sometimes optimization has to be tweaked after things go live. Even with people with access to closed betas, I'm sure one proud Bavarian has a better computer than mine. It's okay, you dusty 2019 powerhouse. You're still cool to me. I'll clean you out someday. But I've basically been ignoring which ones give vassal stuff. Loyalty of subjects plus 5%, or plus 5, I had to go through that to get to other stuff. Subject opinion, a separate thing from subject loyalty. Now, like I just said, I haven't been paying too much attention to the things that help with how subjects view you. Was it always a separate thing, a separate split, opinion from loyalty? Because my understanding, having played and slowly learning the game, is that loyalty was basically if their opinion of you is below a certain level, they'll stop being loyal. Improve their opinion, give them some cash, whatever, then hooray, they're loyal again. I also read on the patch notes that they have nerfed a few of the subject opinion advances, which again, I never really cared about anyway because I only grabbed the ones that led to other better things and kind of ignored them entirely. But I guess now there's a reason to pay a bit more attention to which ones could help out with loyalty, specifically. Specifically loyalty. Opinion doesn't matter. Things that give opinion from subjects is a waste, because if it's not just going to something else you're trying to do, opinion you just get from basic diplomatic actions, tossing a diplomat on them for a while. But loyalty feels a bit more of a struggle to maintain then. You can get upwards of 30 by decentralizing, and the less centralized you are, reduces the penalty from centralization. I don't know if this is bugged or just optimization, but it looks goofy. Just having its circles like this when zoomed out. Barely connected circles, you see some disconnect on the threads going down, and then it pops in when you just zoom a little. They're working on it, it's a work in progress. I mean, I guess this is intended because it's just the icon. The blown up icon, then you zoom in and the icon goes small. Is that more or less optimized then, to have the bigger icon and then swapping it out when you zoom in? I can't see the numbers, so I can't tell if this is more of a strain or less of a strain than just having the boxes be there and zooming in on them like this. We could embrace meritocracy. Does meritocracy have anything? Literacy, tax efficiency, sexy. Trade efficiency, less estate enrichment is sexy. But nothing about loyalty, I don't think. No. That's fine. We're annexing Bologna, we're annexing Pisa. That's gonna take... That's gonna take some of the current strength of all vassal countries versus overlord out of the equation. Without centralization, we'd be at 27. Ish. Parma's the next one I do want to annex. And they're all the way down at 1717. So, by supporting loyalists, at most I'll be able to get 37-17 out of them. But we have time. These annexation processes are going to go on for over 20 years more. Now, how should we start the day off, now that that's out of the way? We just entered the Age of Discovery at the end of stream yesterday. And it's going to take a bit for the institutions to pop up. Thankfully, we have a very high chance of getting the printing press, which I wanted, having only gone through Age of Renaissance before, and thus not being completely clear on how the mechanics advance, right? A chance to show up. In Napoli, very highly weighted. Palermo, Siena, Tivoli, and those are all mine. Messina, Aquila. There's a chance that Perugia... No. That's not the state of Perugia. Because they got Fabriano. Perugia is also mine. So yeah. Printing press is the one I wanted to get first, because it felt like printing press had the best options in it to start with. Things to improve institution growth, literacy, work out a few things here or there economically, and then you'll be in a better position to more easily either spread or embrace New World or Pike and Shot. Pike and Shot looks like it's primarily going to be Central Eastern Europe-ish. New World, very heavily weighted towards Spain. But we have a few explorers of our own going, if need be, if we can't get the oceanic bonuses to go westward. We could always keep curving along the coast and head out the other way instead. Though maybe... What if we went full colonial with Egypt? Not in the game mechanic colonial way, where... That's why they have Society of Pops. The way Paradox wants to do colonialism is you have to have empty spread of land with people who are just going unga bunga. So even if you got, like, all these places out here where we have politics and war and commerce and cultural progression spreading across all of our cousins of the Pacific, what the game wants you to do is start as one tiny guy and then re-explore and recolonize people who are already there, who you already know are there, who you're engaging with politics and business with. Because in game it has to be nobody's here but Unga Bunga, put your populations on top of Unga Bunga. Someday they'll have a proper colonization game where, you know, it's more real, right? Not just, here's a blank spot, here there be natives. Do you want to subjugate the natives or assimilate the natives? Anywho, if you do a proper colonization of Egypt, right? Put a little governor here. What if we could use the Red Sea to jumpstart some India exploration? It's an option. Because tech heavily favors Europe. What do they got here? They have 50 cannon available. We could ask Papa to, 35.59, right? We just canonized our dad. But we could, if we had the influence, call for a crusade on Egypt. Send a whole bunch of guys down here. I thought we could start setting out explorers this way, perhaps? Because we don't have sea access to the Red Sea and beyond. We do have access here, so we could start exploring slowly bit by bit. Katarina. There's royal marriages available now. But because of the way, because of circumstances of fate, with my brother dying, and then, you know, the girls having to marry people who aren't their cousins, dynasty is expected to go outwards to the Kolorots. So I want to wait for you. Let's see. Male. Adolescent. Where'd he go? Anju. We have one Andrew Laszlo who's 13. Our first cousin. Not her first cousin. So, if they're not too close together, but then again, these guys are European royals. They've never been shy about marrying cousins. They will marry my daughter to him. And that'll kinda steer the rulership back into the family. You know, keep it in the family by keeping it in the family. That's the only adolescent Andrew. Though there's Philip, who is also a first cousin. De Savoys. Any adult Andrews that have become widowers? No, it's already in alphabetical, sorted by family name. Okay then. Laszlo, we're gonna keep an eye on you. We're already keeping an eye on you. Let's see, you got some more Carracks going. Loan take? Oh, right. Had a bit of debt at the end yesterday, too. Paying the Bank of Bardi. Isn't that one of mine? No. Vassal Republic of Prato. Though didn't I vassalize a bank in that coalition war? Or is that one thing that I could have done but opted against? Pisa, Parma, Naxos, Finale, Como, Bologna, nah. Must have been an option you didn't take then. Next time, Bardi. We know Bardi's been eyeing us. Salt to Napoli, wool to Cunny Honey are currently unprofitable. See, I don't mind wool being unprofitable because it is still getting food in. And I do love how, when taking over the Tunisian market, the random place they opted to put it was rural Cunny Honey. No coast, not even a town, had to build a town there because they had 3 tents and that was it. I wonder what calculates where they're going to put the market when you take one over. Because that wouldn't have been my first choice. Not even my last choice. Food imports? Can we get any from Napoli? Fur is only worth 2 food, though. Any real food from Napoli? No? None? Alright. We'll do legumes then. That's at least worth 5. Like, people haven't been longing for amber as much anymore. Incense, cloves, fruit, and wild game. So maybe nobody's going to complain too much if I just kick out underperforming amber now. No one's complained about pearls for a while. If they've ceased to complain, then nobody's going to notice if I cut them out. Now who's less than profitable? Weapon still? Glass Guild. Salt collectors. Can't believe in this day and age, especially with peasants allowed to carry weapons, my weaponsmith are still in the red. Fishing villages unprofitable, but they're supposed to be. Don't I have all of those set to... Some are not subsidized. Fine. Subsidize all the fishing villages, farming villages, market villages. These people will rather choose to import expensive food than just use the fishing villages I gave them, unless I specifically pay them to do it. Okay, Napoli market. We're not stressed for food here. Import for profit. Population needs just incense, but we'll need incense to trade incense, you know? Let me know when there's actual sources of them that aren't just nothingness. Also look the wrong way, there we go. Could export more guns. Firearms, the Napoli market is currently demand exceeding supply. That's good, right? Is that better price if it's that way? Maxed on gold and way beyond demand. So, get rid of it! Just get it off my hands! Pepper, we don't have enough to really get rid of. The hard work of our diplomatic team has convinced the world that our claims are fair. Our actions are justified. Our neighbors have little to fear from us. If anything we do, it is argued, is of the best interest of all. Just Cause for 10 years. No, that game series sucks. Antagonism received. Minus 20%. Where were you when I was actually doing Wars of Conquest? It's not my cause or just. Province wants a question of unification answered. That question should be answered. Unless my policies changed on me with the patch. Seniority. Unification of crowns. Apparently, they have changed this enough that if you don't vote, then you don't get the penalty. Oh, that's cute. They got rid of the bars. Now it just says 51%, 75%, 72%, 64%. You know what this is? Don't tell Johan I said this, right? This is our secret right now. But this looks like a return to form to me. Now with Paradox Games, I cut my teeth on Crusader Kings 2. A very elegant UI. Artfully presented. Nothing too obscene or obtrusive, right? Tasteful little localization in the UI. And very straightforward. You had your clear and distinctive charms on tops for things that needed your attention. Most things are a character menu. You open it up and there's a character menu. And in character menus, you know, you had your little icons that said exactly what things were and were sized enough that you could fit in a whole lot of information. And then comes CK3 development, right? And they're like, no, we hate the UI in Crusader Kings 2. It's too 2012, they actually said. And holy shit, is CK3 some ugly UI? Big square boxes, everything's just some color background. You have this green box up here that hides all the important information. You gotta open it up and check it, otherwise you're gonna miss out on so much information. Big splash banners for shit you don't care about. If you go into a character menu, the UI elements are so big, you fucking have to scroll just to see who everyone's got truces or alliances with. They went from clear-cut information to here's some kinda corporate chic, prettier information. And so here's them going away from, it's a little bar, you could eyeball the bar to see about how much there is, to a more clear-cut, they're at 72. They're at 75. They're at 51. It's a big number for what they currently are, and a smaller number with a distinctive color that pops up for what the change per month is. They're learning! Our boys at Paradox are learning that the UI doesn't have to be sleek and pretty and modern, you know? It's not a sports car. You're not rubbing your hand over the UI to feel the paint on the metal. You want to read the information. You want to have clear-cut access when you look up and you see. And it's instant, I see. Also, my charger is being dumb again. Where is my tape? If I squeeze this over here. There we go. Now my charger's charging. It's so... My own tech could use some modernizing. Question of unification. I don't know how I had, like, half the remaining independent Italian states just fall into my lap into the Union last generation. But that was so many votes against me. I'm still the top dog, but when half of Italy decided to temporarily join the Union, it was so many votes against mine. It stands to reason that the junior partners of the Union want more federal status. They don't want to be absorbed. Province I tried to absorb, but especially after they gained land from France, when France tried to do a superiority war against them, is too big. It'll take too long for me to take province because they got too many cities and towns now. And wanting to absorb things in Italy at the same time will mean that instead of being 30, 50 years to annex them, it's more like 100, 200 years if I want to annex Pisa and Bologna and then Parma afterwards at the same time. Which is to say that I don't mind if my junior partners want to be more federal for now. They don't mind voting to accept unification of crowns. Wait. Federal, Union, or Swift. Just not Rapid. Oh, I see. I was confused, right? I saw that Rapid was unavailable, but these three were, and so I thought, wait a minute. I thought at Rapid, and we're voting down, right? No, we're at unification. We could vote up, we could vote down. Status quo, better, or loose. So for now, what I'm going to do, I'll see how they go. Croatia is probably going to want to go federal. It'd be the smart thing to do. Province and Mondovi both. You know, Mondovi is tiny. They only provide 70. And that's them. That's basically just them right there. If we absorb Mondovi, or even release Mondovi, who cares, right? Then that'll be 150 votes and 177 votes between province and Croatia. That'd be like 320. Damn it! I gotta get bigger! Great power score is 310. We'll see how Croatia do. Croatia's gonna make or break. Cyprus? Hold on. Bohemia proclaimed as the economic hegemon. Fuck them! Bohemia only has that benefit because this is still 1,036 tax base. Damn! Well, 1,026 now, but a max of 1036. Poor France got hit with the with the patch rebalancing. Wait a minute, there's also border friction now too, excuse me. Especially for belligerent, which we are. And inching more towards belligerent with time. I want to be conciliatory again. Pope. Follow doctrine, apostolic tax. Annex neighbor. Shared border minus 14.71. The more border you share, the more they'll hate you. Which is why certain players are finding that Portugal is very difficult and near impossible to start as now, because they share so much border with Castile. And so Castile hates them so much that they'll basically declare war day one practically. As we all know, France really hates Germany now. In the modern day, because they share so much border. Raymond de Bull. We'll have you marry. Who's got seniority among the debutantes? Diana Orsini. Hungary's about to break their alliance. Why? Hold on. Reasons to keep minus 24. Likely target of a coalition is making them not want to be allied to me. Trust towards the two Sicilies is great. Positive opinion, they're at 165. I'm actually going to lose my alliance with Hungary very soon. Hungary has stuck with me for so much. Across so much of the game. Hungary. Is there nothing we can do? Somebody's forcing you to cut you off from allies, aren't they? We could offer you food access. Katerina, how are your kids looking? Talantis 3, my grandnephew. Gallant, balanced education. He's not in our country. They've left. Your father is a courtier in Como now. Your mother is in Como. So little Talant, little Veronica are out of my hands now. $233 voting for Federal Union. Has anybody not voted? Croatia is waiting to see what I do. I'm waiting to see what Croatia does. Federal Union, 418 against 319. I literally cannot exceed their combined value. Even if I took out 75 from Mondovi. $418 minus 75 is $343. I'm going to vote, or they vote. Bonus opinion, bonus trust. Meritocracy. I got excited. I thought that was the chance to embrace the printing press. The concept of the printing press has not appeared yet. Napoli market has gone from like 50 something or 40 something to 29 now. Making a whole lot less money than we were. Should I free up some of my market automation so I could get some ideal trades in myself? Okay. Exports we weren't able to do before because I was already at the max. Sell a bit more gold. Import. Not enough poils. We're pretty much maxed on silver. We could do more gold coming in and then sell more gold. Zichi Lucas, you can marry Alicia Debo. It says diseases affecting our country, except they're not. Not president country, not president country, not president country. We're gaining pops, we're not losing any. Damn, look at how much meritocracy's in us already. Angelina von Kietlitz. Any age-appropriate noble for you to marry? No. That's another debutante in the queue. Urbino not yet integrated. We'll get them after these guys are done. Arezzo's already at 85. $14.67, $14.61. Plus 1 per month, plus 0.92. Proximity, we got some better proximity coming off of our bailiffs. We got some actually decent control, on average in places too. There's also been a change to prosperity, if I remember the patch notes. Where is it under? And that prosperity will now drain in places that don't have a reason to maintain prosperity, so you can't just sit at 100 forever. And so you could probably expect core regions and highly economic regions to be more prosperous, but areas you've been neglecting to kinda fall to the wayside. Alliance broken with Hungary. All the favors have been grinding up with me too. Which is alright by me. We have 52 favored with the Hungarians. 2 years? Hegemony proclaimed. Yeah, you've already told us about that Bohemia became the economic hegemon. Terra Incognita. All this Terra Incognita. So we explored here again, but didn't get any actual release from the Terra Incognita then. We got more money back with that exploration done. We chose to do Canary Islands. But got nothing. Huh. South Macaronesia area. Western Sahara Maghreb. Canary Islands, West Africa coast currently ongoing, Azores currently ongoing. I'm confused because yesterday was a whole day ago. Azores were directly marriage union with Pavia. Pavia has decided to join the union again. Also, the music is doing the thing, where it plays for a little bit, and then it stops forever. It can't be the density, because at density 100, and at density 0, we equally have no music. The only clue it gives us is that 20 is a default behavior. It also describes ranging from long breaks to almost continuously. These are programmers, right? Even in some of the tooltips, instead of just saying like more spiritualist than humanist, it'll say -95 spiritualist versus humanist. They got a very left versus right thinking. So if it says ranging from long breaks to almost continuously, there should be long breaks to almost continuously. But equally, the music doesn't exist. So once more, music volume to 0. And then just play the fucking soundtrack on YouTube. It's the most reliable way to actually enjoy the beautiful in-game music that they made. I got 1 loan. 268. Remaining debt is 356. Damn you, Bank of Barty! And then I'll get alchemists at my door. No, I better not. Draining diplomats now. Do I care too much to put more diplomatic spending? Institution appeared in Sevilla, the New World. The discovery of the New World has heralded a new era not only for the colonized and the colonized, but has also led to the spread of materials and techniques as well as realization of the vastness of the globe. As animals, crop types, silver, and diseases spread across the Atlantic, the first steps have been taken towards a truly global economy. With foreign lands and people being mapped and documented, ideas as well as religious and philosophical debate are increasingly being colored by what we have found in overseas societies. Great minds feel the need to question what was once truth, and from Valladolid to Fatehpur Sikri, the nature of the world is now up for debate. Seville, huh? That's Castile's. Could I ask them to share knowledge with us? I can only deal with subjects, couldn't I? They don't hate me in Castile. Steel technology gives research progress and 75 spies. Steel maps, 40 spies. Propose royal marriage. 2 individuals from our royal families that should be married. We could do it with Aragon. I do want to consume Aragon. They don't have any males who are eligible. But Castile does. I could marry my girl off to France, the de Valois family. And that'll give us 4.54 prestige only. Well, they gain a lot more from us. Are we better than France right now? Great power score of France is 414. That's better than me. But Castile isn't an option. But we can propose it. I'm tempted to look at it, but the only people unmarried in my royal family is Katarina. Weaponry from Naples to Alessandria is less than profitable right now. Who wants weapons? Nobody wants just weapons. Dyes. I'm up to my eyeball in dyes. I'm thinking too much in terms of what I need over what will make more money. Legumes is barely any cash. Eh. They also updated the description of beeswax. I think I read. Must have just been a typo in it. Because I recall seeing some memes about the typos in beeswax. Another debutante. Another first cousin. "11 more months for the Guinea coast." Meritocracy. Gold from Napoli is no longer overflowing with gold. I could export olives. They're overflowing with olives, might as well sell some off. Jewels. Manual capacity 0.00. Give me a bit more then. To Dublin, make more of a market for it. And then the month will tick, and they'll go back to being unprofitable. I'm not going to worry too much about Bohemia, now that the Guelphs and Ghibelline stuff is over. And they've been neutered, so they can't just take land wherever they want, whenever they want. Eventually, even if Bohemia ends up consolidating all through the HRE, we'll have a pretty good land border here. They'll put some forts in the mountains. They don't really have a boat presence. We could just put some boats over here to kick them out if they do try to come in. And they won't be able to go over the mountain, so sucks to be them. They got barely any incense, there's no point buying it. Wild game and settlement and apothecaries. Do we have wild game? I'm pretty sure we do, don't we? We have leather. And forestry would only give more leather instead of more wild game. So no wild game. I should import those. Seville, what could I do to steal some knowledge from you? They basically got their instantaneous new world, while everything else is... Well, 11% chance each month now. 11% chance, I guess maybe the longer it goes on, the chance increases from, say, 2%, 1% that it started at, to a bit more, to try to force the advancement, to force the institution, to use a proper in-game terminology. Anything we can do for wild game outside of wild game. Forest Village is just leather. Livestock and farming villages. Food production, population capacity. Granary gives the local food capacity up. Sheep farms for more wool. Turns tool and lumber into wool. Orchard turns lumber into fruits. Schmelter. Pound lock canals we've gotten. Proximity costs and local food production. We could build one here, we could build some there and there. Now that we got the Pound Lock Canal. Is that stone? Yeah, stone. Lumber, stone, and tools for proximity and food production. Minus 5% proximity cost bridges. We've actually got places that can have bridges now. That we have our invisible rivers. We could also do our protected harbors. Naval attrition, harbor capacity. Stud farm for horses, sawmill for lumber. Harbor capacity at 0.1 for docks. Coastal forts we can make. Maritime presence 0.15. Surprisingly, they could be built on the coast. There's so much to build. More harbor capacity. Scriptoriums in Napoli would have 0.36. Should I build more bridges? Movement cost, proximity cost. Protected harbors, get my maritime presence and harbor capacity better. With some protected harbors, with some coastal forts, more docks places. I gotta think about what's gonna give me good economic benefits. Economic benefits, so I can get other benefits. Jewelry going sour. Trade route maintenance 1.5. There. Now it's profit again. How about... Where's wild game? Could I import wild game? Nobody has wild game to offer me? Shame that. Giovanni, Federico will marry Paola Orsini. There's still gold and ducats. I should do something about it. We do got pirates out the wazoo in the Adriatic of the Central Mediterranean. When 100% power and increasing. 100% power. Should I? And my waters are mostly around here. So let's try to wipe out the Adriatic pirates first if I can. Max literacy of nobles is up. They're still dummies, but they're not completely illiterate dummies. Nobody wants to give up their wild game. Perfectly balanced on firearms. There. How now? With that heavy boat presence in just about every part of our Adriatic that we control. %, minus plus 0.03 still. Maybe it's time to build more boats. More carracks especially. I've already got... Carracks take so long to build though. I guess that's the advantage of lighter ships, is that you don't have to invest as much time. The state's building a cathedral. Jewelry, firearms, jewelry. I pick a trade, and they turn sour right away. Whoops. Give me back the fruit! We could import gold, even though I have so much of it. .00. We are doing so good. Golden era for culture. With peace in our country, the great musicians, artists, and poets are rejoicing in their newfound opportunities to entertain their betters. This era of cultural enlightenment is definitely improving the mood of the two Sicilies. +5 cultural influence. Adriatic is at 0.00 in the negative. 99.27. So eventually we'll start seeing fewer pirates there. Taylor's Guild unprofitable. How? Fishing villages. You guys are all supposed to be subsidized. There, making sure they got subsidies. I could try filling out more RGOs. More lead, more iron. We're maxed out here, right? Maxed out on iron, not quite maxed out on lead. Get more saltpeter. More livestocks. More dead stocks. Fruits is maxed. Got some fruits over here. Might be... Oh, we're still maxed on fruit though. But not over here. More fruits to get. Tin. Ever improve the tin, ever improve the iron. Silver's already at max. And that's my cash for now. Proximity's better in Sardinia. Control's not too bad. So it shouldn't take them forever to start. Alright, Arezzo. I confused myself for a second because I confused integration and annexation. I was like, what do you mean Arezzo? Next integration is only for this little tiny bit of Urbino, not even all of Urbino. Nobody wants gold. We could import more. But I got so much! I'm never gonna run out of gold at this rate. Practically maxed on gems too. If people had actual incense, but they don't. I'm not exporting any, am I? Peppers. Peppers coming in. Nah. Demand is just so much. Let's get more of those, even though it's unprofitable. Losing money, getting wild game. But my folks need some wild game. Never the exports I want to care about. Chile today. Proposed royal marriage from Poland. Edmund Piast and Katarina. Katarina is saving herself for Laszlo. Laszlo will be a man next June. How's my little boy doing? Got him the expensive education? An unexpected sight has appeared before Raoul de Savoy's ship in West Africa coastline. Remnants of an old ship lay scattered on the beach, proof of the mercilessness of the sea. Some parts of the hull appear to still be intact, and some of the crew argue it warrants a closer inspection to salvage any goods it may contain. However, it is unlikely that it has anything of actual value, and delaying the whole expedition for that could result in just a tremendous waste of time. I'll be back in 4 months anyway. Lose prestige and build towards individualism. Investigate, lose 1.45 progress but gain gold. Let's lose some progress. 4 months to 7 months. The pike and shot has appeared in Gary, which is all the way up there. And not a part of Bohemia, thank goodness. And look at this fucker! We're the last ones again! Always the last one. The printing press has a 17-point chance to appear in all my places. We had the same chance as any other place. A new type of warfare began to develop in the 15th century. It's only 1438. In the midst of the Italian Wars. In the midst of the Italian Wars, it says. In the midst of the Italian Wars. And all these are Germanic names, every single place. I would like access to these things that appeared from the Italian Wars. Oh, wait, at the bottom you got some Italian names, and there they go. Pests. The generalization of pikemen of the late Middle Ages, an alternative to men-at-arms who could successfully face heavy cavalry charges, was accompanied by the development of portable firearms, mainly matchlock arquebuses and muskets. The soldiers now adopt a new formation, in which the pikemen form a square, while the arquebusiers fan out to the sides and front, and seek cover behind or inside the square in case the formation enters close combat. This new type of formation, called Pikenschott, was favored by German Landsknechts and Spanish tercios, and was soon adopted by other armies, reigning supreme on European battlefields for nearly 2 centuries, until superseded in the 18th century by line infantry formations armed with new flintlock muskets mounting bayonets. Gallery. Ripping off of our benefits. Profess trust. Agitate for liberty. Assassinate. Access to institutions. Mondovi proposed legislature for the Union. They're trying to federalize me more and more. You know, I never had law spam that other people complained about, but now I do. Of course they're voting federal. They're trying to federalize on me. Ugh. They're trying to weaken my union. My union was doing so good. We've actually got some vote for a line legislature. It's Province and the 2 Sicilies that haven't voted yet. So Croatia voted to align. Mondovi voted against. So in this instance, even if Province votes to federalize, they haven't got the votes. We shall remain aligned. Mondovi is being a bit of rotten fruit here. Just meritocracy showing its ugly face again. Taylor's Gill, what could I do for you to make you more profitable? Just let you close your doors? Are you trying to do Taylor Guild or Die with a Loom? Taylor's Guild is minus 5.2. Die with the Loom is minus 2.43. Production efficiency is pretty low, which is why I want to start moving towards a more capital economy. because capital economy will start giving us better production efficiency. How's my inflation right now? 6.96. Ugh. Diplomats at 0.09. Annexing, opinion improving, giving loyalist support. Man. How many forts do I have? Got forts in my capital naturally. A couple here on the border. I don't think I need Sienas anymore. It's useful, but Pisa's gonna be the frontier in a few years, as will Genoa. Let's bump off our fort over here, a castle. We'll keep it at Perugia, though. 100%, 100%. Adriatic Sea's at 100% plus 0-0. It is so impossible to force them off. How much longer until my boats finish? 15 days, 14 days, 13 days. Pearl's unprofitable, but my guys like pearls, I'll keep it. Wine, we could sell wine to London. People are finally starting to understand the benefit of Italian wine. There come on my new early Carracks. How about now? Now that we got more boats. 99.45. What if I put more commanders out here? Anybody that could help with maritime presence, ship capture chance? Maritime presence, so if I go for diplomats. Bruno? We'll put in our big, heavy ship one first. Andrew Laszlo has pretty decent diplomacy. But let's have Bruno reign here. $33. Get out of here. Senor Costa. And then finale. Kietlitz. There. Now that we have more maritime presence here. The printing press has... Oh, give me a second. 0.00. The printing press has finally appeared in Napoli. The ability to mass produce a written word would revolutionize the spread of information and in many ways early modern society as a whole. Pioneered by Renaissance men such as Venetian printer Aldus Manutius, the new art helped fuel the Renaissance by making the translated classics more widely available. Later, the Reformation benefited greatly from the ability to spread critical publications and translations of Holy Scriptures. Now that the printing has matured as a technique and spread throughout Europe, Hundreds of thousands of copies of everything from religious and political pamphlets to scientific treatises and instructions on how to behave are circulated the continent. With print shops growing ever more commonplace, rulers have found it hard to contain the new technique as a comparatively easy means of production. Means censorship can be sidestepped by moving business across the border, or even just changing the name on a title page. Cool. Now we have printing press in Napoli. They have their institutions. In Sevilla is making some pretty good spread. That's actually pretty decent. Portugal's got some good influx. And all through that central plain of Spain. That's the start of a spread. That's good. Gallery with a pike and shot. It's made its way to Bohemia. It's made its way to every place but us. But we have some in Parma. So we could just ask them for their institutions. Pearls and beeswax. We don't need beeswax, we could produce our own. London's got a perfect balance of 0 pearls. Why even bring it to my attention then? Cloth. Send some cloth out. They send more cloth, I can. That should keep them in business. I'd hope. More diplomats here. More diplomats here to really squeeze out that maritime presence. News on. Alright. This thing here that just clogs everything up. I think I'll just turn the news off until they make a more elegant way of presenting it. In Crusader Kings 2, they had 2 little boxes in the corner. Was it 1 box? Right. It was 1 box. And it would pop up little news now and again, covers itself. Intrapol building discovered. In the market center gives market attraction, trade capacity to owner. And while we wait for things to spread, what else should we do then? Age of Discovery. We're gonna get printing press. Max literacy, then we'll get on going. Age of Renaissance, we got things to build until then. Maybe we want to get more cultural tradition ticking. Cultural tradition, cultural influence locally. Diplomat range, clergy estate. Pop promotion speed, cabinet action to encourage urbanization. Crown power. Correct stance, cavalrymen. These guys are going to be obsolete anyway, I don't want them. Prestige from battles. Army tradition from battles. Diplomatic annexation costs cheaper. Maybe I should. Naval repair costs cheaper. Naval damage done better. Okay, let's do diplomatic annexation costs. How quickly it could be annexed diplomatically. Minus 10%, because we got decades going, that's going to add up. Estate satisfaction equilibrium up. There's nothing we miss in Age of Traditions, is there? We could do more meritocracy. We could embrace it pretty cheap. Only 7.3 stability and 100 gold. And then we could do efficiency of cabinet up. Tax efficiency better. Estate enrichment gutted. Cheaper gravel roads. Estate power from cabinet positions down. Except cabinet positions I like being the crown. So there's a couple of things here that are okay. Let's do it. Meritocracy is in most of the two Sicilies now anyway. Look at that sheer strip of green, and thanks to all the libraries, universities, the paper, the scriptoriums. Spain has never heard of meritocracy, that's heresy. France has embraced it more. Bohemia's getting absorbed by it. We've now embraced meritocracy. Many individuals of great prestige into positions of power often chose to appoint those closest to them in influential spots. The advent of meritocracy as an institution and as a thought movement was largely popular in the courts of Imperial China. There, Master Kong himself supported the notion that those who govern should do so on the basis of merit, not inherited status. Led to the replacement of the Chinese nobility of blood ties to one based solely on meritocratic abilities. More or less. The institution's development would ripple across and beyond the borders of Asia, would eventually reach the royal courts of even European monarchs, whose nobles had a firm grasp of the mechanisms of power and authority. But mostly, I want the tax. Give me the abacus. Power projection is power projection. Can exploit nations with less. If ours is higher than other nations, we'll be able to build a trade office, slave center, mission, or other specific building locations. The quicker colonial charters can take control of locations. Reduces stability costs of declaring war upon them, as well as war exhaustion. Let's do estate enrichment down first. And then imperial ambitions, talented traders for trade efficiency. And the rest doesn't matter. Estate satisfaction equilibrium 2.5 in general for constitutions of Melfi. It's gonna be a bit until we fully are able to embrace the printing press. A man dies, and a woman is born as an adult. West Africa coastline discovered. Cool. We can go further down. And I do want to. We got more Terra Incognita around here. And isn't that Terra Incognito? Cape Verde is over here, I guess. Gambia, Ghana, the Gulf of Guinea. We could start exploring the interior. Jolof, Crew. A little tiny bit there. Upper Guinea, Western Sahara. Let's explore the Gulf of Guinea. Starting. Oh, it's too far away to start here? Starting in Cagliari. Raoul de Savoy is turning into an expert explorer now. It takes time and distance to get around, so if I want to push on over, I'm gonna have to start doing, was it the Dutch? That did like little colonies spread out, like little trading posts practically. Maybe that's what we'll do, we'll put little trading post places. I do like the idea of being all kumbaya with the people we meet, doing trade relations as policy. Jewelry is not a good trade anymore. These are big losses. Let's try to tighten up some of our expenditure. We make enough fruit as is, too. We could trade from Kunigani. I'd rather trade to Kunigani, though. We'll keep jewels being cheap. Guns to Tunis. Pearls from Lubeck is not so good, get rid of you. And Lisboa wanted glass, didn't they? There we go. Keep our glass producers in business. Andrew Maria has reached the age of 16. Our first cousin could marry her off to the heir of France. Crown of Castile, we could still propose royal marriage. Now, that wouldn't necessarily have to be Katarina. We have a little girl who just grew up. No royal marriage with Aragon possible. Hungary, no royal marriage possible. Crown, adult, available for marriage. Oh, we have two. Andrew Maria, too. We have two Andrew Marias. The elder Andrew Maria, we could marry to France. Gives us 4.75. They gain 1.15. Finally! And then Castile, if we propose... Nah, see, it won't be Katarina. My little Katarina has her own marriage plans already. My own marriage plans already. Andrew Maria. Let's do a royal marriage. County Forens, County Narbonne, Auxerre, Finale. Only a whole lot of micro guys. County Auxerre. Olthon isn't too far away from her age. Narbonne is pretty close. And Godathris isn't too far either. Barcordiere. Didn't lose any cousins, we gained some cousins. Man, I'm getting chilly. Today's great weather to me. It was so cold that I thought maybe it would snow. It rained earlier. And now I am a frozen popsicle today. Wine. They don't like my wine enough? What's going on with my wine? Trade route maintenance. They don't appreciate my wine enough. Gold, we got so much. Krakow Amber, are you sure that we're gonna have a positive inflow of money from this trade? With the increased privileges of the nobility come additional duties. They were expected to serve in the army as officers and true gentlemen. Towards aristocracy, we're currently 62.5 aristocracy, changing towards plutocracy. But also changing towards quantity. What's our maximum value for... Let's see. Cannot push further than 19.92 towards quality. Hey, Toast. This is gonna give us more points towards aristocracy. When we've so barely got points towards plutocracy. But I don't want to lose quality. Apparently I lost quality. Oh well. Did I pick the other one by accident? I thought I picked the one that increased aristocracy and quantity, or quality. Another Anju babe comes of age. Anju Margarita. Nobody wants to marry into us anymore. I know, Toasty. Not even the little guys. Oh, we don't have a diplomat. Never mind, that was a problem. Right, I should get diplomats back up. My expensive diplomatic spending. Every month we'll get a whole integer. The next thing is point 2. Located improvement, giving loyalist support. We're just gonna be bleeding diplomats for a while then. Here. I'll reduce my cost of court a little. Put more towards diplomats. So every 5 months we get a whole integer. And I'll go from stabilizing country to strengthening government. Because that gives me more leeway with reducing the cost of court. And now that we're there, that basically puts us at about 2 hours. It is cold right now. I've already got a robe on. I'm not going to pull out thick winter gloves to play video games. But I think I will make myself a fresh cup of tea. So let's turn on the pretty world map. Get the group photo together. Fit as much of everybody in as we can. There. And now, I shall be back in a few minutes. Let me feed the cats, get some tea. And then more conquest for you and for me. Alright, cats are fed, so how about we come back from BRB, return to our Two Sicilies game? Queen Margherita Angio, 41 years of age. Her daughter is about what, 20, 21 now? And I hear Onyx wanting to leave the room. Now that he's been fed and have officially come back from BRB, now he starts knocking. Young master? Alright. Cats fed and let out from their rooms. So where we leave off. Integration, strengthening government just to squeeze out some extra cash. Annexation progress. Pisa's about halfway done. Bologna's practically just started. 9 months till our Azores guy comes back. And just about time for Laszlo's birthday for this expedition to start. I think what I will do is put in some spots of trade ports around, if that's a thing you could do in the game. Like, instead of trying to colonize an entire subcontinent or continent, just put in little bits of areas of places so I could bounce around and piggyback up. Seed out at 60. It's amazing how they keep on arranging people to be born soon after dying. It's like these kids reaching their age of majority is sapping the life force of the elders. Freeze an import of gold, we don't need it, we got so much. And you all are poor trades now, huh? But it doesn't have to be a 3 and 4, so I can make it cheaper by just dropping down some of all the trades we got going up there. Maintain them, but not to the point where it becomes more expensive to have them. Books. Everyone's gonna be wanting some books pretty soon. See, if I didn't know any better, I'd click this for the point date, but I know that I have ongoing routes with them. We got stuff going out. Alright. Export some cloth, export some, what is that, wool? Cotton? Marble. Hey. One popcorn-shaped white thing mistaken for another popcorn-shaped white thing. Even for a stale second batch, that is so good on a cold day like this. Who's the Pope fighting? Pope's fighting somebody, aren't they? Papo Lucchese War. Last generation, Lucca and a whole bunch of other northwest Italian states chose to join our union. This generation, they said, fuck you, we're leaving. And now Lucca's getting eaten by the Pope. Who's unhappy? Nobility is at 35. What did you bump down to 35 and why? Well, I guess they've been down. Excuse me. They're aiming for 50, but they're all the way down there right now. Don't you no, hold on, Onyx. I see those wiggles. He's doing the wiggle to jump on. There you go. Exactly where my freshly brewed hot cup of tea would have been. You're good on top of the computer, Onyx. It's a good choice. As cold as today is, this game keeps the computer running hot. How's the Pirates doing in the Adriatic? 94. Gonna take him ages to get down. I could merc. I could make a few more boats. It'll take forever though. 0.27. We've already got gold from past. Who do we not have things from? They got barely any gems, but they are exceeding their demand by a little bit. We have so many though. How about we pull some in from here? Can we export some gems? Import, export? No? $30 days more for the Gulf of Guinea to fire. With money being how it is right now, I think I'll just do 2 expeditions at a time instead of the 3 I was doing before. Keep some of my crown expenses at a more reasonable level. Gulf of Guinea exploration complete. Oh, no, new exploration. Launching for the Gulf of Guinea down here. I can't believe it, the African continent curves this way, and then forms a mouth like that. As you can see with the eye over here, the continent is a giant whale. The mouth goes down there, the fins come out this way, and the tail. Andrew Laszlo has reached the age of 16. So, can I arrange for him and her to marry each other and thus restore the ruling dynasty to our prior dynasty? Arranged marriage with noble only gives noble options. And so, arranging her marriage isn't going to show him because he's not a noble. Could I arrange a noble marriage with a royal marriage with ourselves? It seems not. Piedmontese, our distant cousin. Dynasty of Di Caro Montenotte. We got so many distant cousins. Di Perigord. Van Hohenzollern. It seems I cannot wed these two together. My plan to marry 2 noble courtiers has not worked out. only eligible bachelor for him is County of Beastgirl Skarkle. Katarina to Aragon. We do have the option to ask this way. Kingdom Hungary. No royal marriage. Now, if I propose a royal marriage through the normal option, their family comes over to me. If I do it from menu here, what's different? Martí de Barcelona, which is alright. Barcelona is kind of a source family of ours. So we might not be Anjous anymore, but we could be the Barcelonas. Heir to the crown of Aragon. Will this bring Aragon into my union? First in line for the throne in Aragon. In a union, minus 36. Gives us 3.7 prestige, they get 6.96. Because we dominate over them that much. Careful up there, Onyx. Our courtier, our daughter. Martí de Barcelona has also joined our court. Considered a noble though, because not directly related to the crown. And so, though, if I set the inheritance from cognatic primogeniture to absolute cognatic primogeniture, then my daughter will inherit ahead of the Crown Prince Robert. Simply because he's going to the wrong dynasty. I'm fucking my son over for that alone. Salic law would have given it to our cousin Lajos. We can't do that. Salic law. The ruler is the oldest male child of the previous ruler. Female can never inherit, nor transfer rights to their own sons. That sucks. Semi-Salic. Female rulers can never inherit, but can transfer the right to throne to their sons. Matrilineal, non-exclusive. The new ruler is the most capable person in the dynasty of the previous ruler. Eligibility through siblings of the ruler, female line, allows male, allows female, current ruler ignored. Upon succession, lose 5 legitimacy. That's nothing. I kind of like that. New ruler is most capable person in the dynasty of the previous ruler. Oldest male of the previous ruler, all of the male descendants receive rights to minor titles and territories. When a new ruler rises to power, the least controlled provinces of the country get further penalties to their control, as they're divided between the brothers of the new ruler. So that's how it simulates the abstraction of splitting the realm, is you lose control for a bit. You go into the window, Onyx? Careful. There you go, Onyx. Not much sunbathing today, though, baby. We could do absolute cognatic. Oh. It's 50 stability to change it. Maybe we could ask the Senato. When was the last Senato? 4 years ago? We're back to 59-59, 59-49. 10 more months. It's the next year. But Anjo Laszlo, it turns out, buddy, I couldn't marry you to your cousin. I'm so sorry to tell you that. But there's loads of debutantes here. We got Angela von Kietlitz, we got Anna, we got Antoinette, Giovanna, Margarita, Sibylla, Jean, Cal, Zichi. We'll marry her, marry to Angela. The other Katarina's out of our reach, so we'll untag her. Any day now. Now, how are our pirates looking? $92.73. Oh boy, we're gonna be keeping all of our ships here for a while yet. Got some good trades going. Barely, they're losing so much of their supply. They can't keep pace at all. Now, I should spend more money. We got so much proximity to build here, to build more control and make these places more fruitful. Don't crash on me, game. Easy there, easy, buddy. Roads, I think, got plenty of now. Build to Assisi, I've already got. Build to Spoleto. So roads seem good enough as is. What if I build? Docks would give 0.1 harbor capacity, which does count for proximity and trade calculations. Coastal fort gives maritime presence. Vital for trade and control. Builds up over time if we're at peace from having ports. Reduces proximity that is lost between sea zones and calculating control. So I think I should build some of these. Especially for some of the more distal areas. Rural settlements, so I can't build there. There, a couple of rural forts to help out with our maritime presence. Maybe that could give a slight edge over the pirates. Takes less than a year to build. Now, how's the spread of our printing press doing? Title consolidation, quicker diplomatic annexation. We cut 6 years off of it, or 5 years off of it, I mean. More like 4 years and change, but either way, that's a pretty good bump. Printing press. There you go. Look at that printing press spread to 8.45% of our locations. In our capital, in some of the bigger cities with universities. New World, we have a very slight infusion in Naples. And we got no pike and shot. It's more present in northern Italy than down here. Jealous. Got so much sugar. We've already got amber. Potential profit of 0.45. Demand and supply at equilibrium, so I don't know. I don't know about that one. These are the only options I got. Money is money. Even if I don't need those foods. Costs it at 47, second Navy. There. Actually, Laszlo, your skills are so fantastic. Who should I replace at the cabinet? 79, 72 is alright. Middling. And we got our cousin, Andrew Caroli. He's getting on in years, right? Let's give him some early retirement. Monthly legitimacy and crown power. If we make crown head of cabinet, but that costs so much money. Pearls is 0.01, oh well. Venice is getting their shit kicked in right now by who? Neopatria Venetian War? We're about to not have a Venice pretty soon. Ligurian Patriots are at 77% now. There's not too many of them though, are they? 626, oh no! Why is clergy so far down? Onyx, quit moving around, baby! Baby! You kicked my mouse, baby! You're all active now that you've had your lunch, Onyx? Onyx, you just came from the window, right? You saw it's a cold, chilly day today. Why don't you take a nap on the bed like Toasty was doing earlier? It's a very good day for a nap, Onyx. You get a little something on your eye there. Hurting so much when I take care of you like this, Onyx. That's why you keep coming back to me, Onyx, because I keep giving you attention, even when I'm playing games. Your dad plays games, and I gotta get up and open the door for you because he's not paying attention to you. Maybe we'll find you a new dad. You want that, Onyx? Nah, you know you're still your dad's baby, even if he neglects you a little bit. Okay, Onyx, you could hang out here, but I need access to my mouse. Let me pull this out from under you. Alright. Sicilian Pavese marriage union. Huh. And then Sicilian Union is considered a separate thing. Cool. So I got the thing I voted for. Why did you guys get so low? You want to be at 65, you want to be at 73, you want to be at 64, so that's understandable. Look at Laszlo, he's got a 2.26 now because of how well he's doing. We have a whole diplomat. What did I want to do that was not going to diplomat on? It was marrying Laszlo off, right? But he's got a spouse. Katarina is finally married at 22 to the heir of Aragon. And they haven't popped out any babies yet. Hop to it! Hop to it! The Azores discovered. Clear and detailed maps. You can head out here now. Castile has control? Aww. We go through all the effort of exploring the Azores, and Castile already has ownership of Horta and Santa Cruz de Flores, Angra, Ponta Delgada. So, if Castile has the west, then we shall have the east. Currently exploring Guinea. We explore the Canary Islands or Cape Verde. Do I want this app to make change my Horizon my device Meta Horizon link? No, get the fuck out of here. I thought you stepped on something, Onyx. I was gonna blame you for a second for sitting on something with your butt on the keyboard. Cape Verde has a few islands there. We could do like an off-coast colony to kind of manage things around here as we bounce around. Sahel, Jolof, Kru, South Micronesia. Oh, it's just over there, just that. Upper Guinea, Western Sahara. Let's go. Cape Verde first? Or Gambia first? These items over here are nice, but they belong to... not Ghana. Not Jolof. Not Crew. Upper Guinea? Upper Guinea's a pretty big area. Do I want to go for all of Upper Guinea? I'll take a small, bite-sized Gambia. We can start from Napoli. San Francis de Bao. We're gonna keep it discreet. Just 2 explorations at a time. Giacomo Rossini. Marry you to... Okay, I can't marry him or Rossini's, but look at how many... how many debutantes we have to marry. What's the current research right now? We got... meritocracy to build towards abacus for better tax efficiency, and then better estate enrichment. Here, Onyx, let me get a picture of you watching the game. You can keep watching, Onyx. See? Oh, don't look at me, Onyx. You were doing so cute when you were looking at the game. Unhappiness among the commoners. Conflicts and protests with the commoners over taxes on our cruelty. We rule as we see fit. We're already trying to improve their situation. We already are. They'll be unhappy for now because they do not recognize my benevolence. Speaking of which, we're careful, less antagonism, and a push towards decentralization. Books aren't profitable? No, everyone loves books. At least cloth is still doing alright. Fine cloth. But nobody else wants. Building maintenance is 49 right now. We need all these buildings, but they're becoming quite the drain. Which means I should build more economic, tax-producing buildings. Distillers Guild, they claim, would be good money. Except... we've only got 5 distillers. Napoli... we don't want to oversaturate the markets. And there's kind of a drop-off in their value anyway. Salern will be pretty alright with them. As would Gaeta. Lumber Mills allegedly do pretty alright too. Napoli build a few more. Salerno. Gaeta, long as they're at 0.45. Oh, Onyx has found the cursor. He wants to attack the cursor. Bohemian Rhine War against Bohemia. They changed it where instead of the war goal being present on both sides, it's only present on the attacker's side to make it more clear who is attacking who for what. And they're attacking Little Rhine. Palatinate. Alright, so they're attacking to over here. They're already sieging stuff. They're too far away from me. It's no good for me to attack there. Gubbio. Alright. You want to attack the Cursor Onyx? You want to attack Europe? I gotta capture this. I saw you wiggling, Onyx. There you go, Onyx. What a cutie you make, Onyx! Just had to take a video of you attacking Europe, baby. Okay, Onyx, you got to play for a bit, now let me play. Why can't I use my keyboard? Onyx, what did you do? My keyboard's not responsive anymore. Oh, because you're laying on half the keys. That do it, Onyx. I keep telling you, baby, that my keyboard buttons actually do stuff when you lay on them. If but you guys could see how cute Onyx is being right now. You're being a little baby boy, aren't you, little baby boy? That's right, Onyx. Let's put a save in case you step on anything else. I don't want to go back half a year because my cat's being playful and sat on something. Can't believe Castile's already been exploring. And there he goes. Are you going back to the window, Onyx? You slinking under the microphone boom? Hey. Mwah. Integrate province finished. Urbino is done. Urbino was barely anything. Got more cores. Didn't build any more in Sardinia. Look at those good cores we got going on now. Improve diplomatic relations and diplomatic reputation, pop migration, control. Let's stabilize. It's by the sword though. Perugia is nearly finished. So, Perugia, because you have phenomenal martial skill, We'll have you stabilize. Point 11. And then shift Perugia's integration. There. 90.75. 1.96 is still pretty damn good. We're gonna get Aragon into the Union. We'll absorb more of Italy to actually form the state of Italy. And then our focus will be on trying to absorb Aragonese lands into myself. It's gonna be horrible because France has currently taken quite a few pockmarks out of Aragon. Senato time! Mondovi is enacting Legislature of the Union again. I thought they fixed junior partners begging every other month or so. I never had any issue with junior partners trying to change the same laws over and over again. And now they are. Senato, we'll go to Napoli. Sponsor Noble Arts. Gives happier nobles for a while. Army exercises. Tradition decay. Legitimacy. Revoke privileges and crown power for 10 years. I want to see. Now I got laws over here. Between religious, socioeconomic, administrative, military, religious, whatever. But I want to see if I could change my succession law to absolute cognatic by way of the Senato. So let's sponsor Noble Arts, get them happier for a little bit. $52, instead of the circle being green, now the Senato building and the number is in green. Could I do succession law for free? Heir religion, rights of nobility, marriage laws, anti-piracy. So no, I can't change my succession law basically for free this way. Five towards decentralization, spiritualist ideas. I guess I'll just get yet another new artist. $50 and $50 seems to be the universal cost. Now that I have diplomats again, let's cut the cost all the way down. Positive 0. And then we'll spend more on stability. If I max out the cost, 0.74 and I'll make so little money. 0.24 a month if I pay nothing. $49.49 per month and I'll make a whole integer roughly every 3 months. We've already voted for this. We have until May of next year. France forced us to embargo Navarre. We had no choice but to comply. Is France the economic hegemon again? We lost 50 opinion to France. So the nobles love me. They want to get to 6997 satisfaction. So I could tax them more for the duration of this Senato. They'll still make 3.7 per month as they inch towards 50.97. Efficiency of cabinet up. And now we're going to get tax efficiency by March of next year. Previous age does give a -8. So you do get a speed boost if it's obsolete tech. Legitimacy back in the negative gain. Nobles of primary or accepted culture ratio. So there is a purpose to having nobles, even though I'm trying very strongly to disennoble the nobles. Jewelers Guild, Jewelers Guild. Why do these guys think I'm trying so hard to get jewelry exported out? But nobody wants to buy. Anything else less than profitable? Firearms. If they don't want them, they don't have to have them. Absenteeism. Lose stability and support of the Senate, or lose prestige. Just lose the prestige. Lose my market attraction, my great power score, my cultural influence, why don't ya? Setting off to export Gambia. They'll be finished in 4 years. And then two more years left for the exploration of the Gulf of Guinea. Admiral of the 9th Navy. 2nd Navy and 9th Navy both missing commanders. Let's put a few more in here, focusing on the diplomats. There's the last good diplomatic admiral. The rest is mediocre downwards. just to squeeze out more of these pirates. What the fuck, man? 81.67. We just got a Andrew Johanna, reached age of 16. Nobody wants to marry though. We got too many unions. Laszlo, I'm sorry, but we gotta marry your kid off. But everyone's an old fogey, so she gets to enjoy the bachelorette life for a bit longer. Which Croatia got? Is it worth absorbing them soon? More prestige, more Senato support. Andrew Margarita. Man, if only Lajos was her actual ruler. His skills aren't too sharp, but he's got plenty of kids. He's got Philippe there. With his expensive education. Lumber, they got Wild Game over in Croatia. Invite royal family, no valid. Economy actions. Offer market access preference. We gain 20% market attraction in Croatia. We could. They're currently under Venezia. We could make their wild game our wild game. Most people voting for aligned. Okay. Then I shall vote for aligned. Gotta make sure my people are actually behaving. Parma. We've improved their opinion by 104, so there's 100 more can go when the time comes to start annexing Parma. They're also disloyal though. 29.15. It's ticking upwards. Country strength of all vassal countries versus overlord is 0.98. So once Pisa and Bologna disappear, that is going to be gone. Jewelry. Jewelry in Damascus Sham Market. If I put a bunch of buildings here, will that help with my maintenance of trade? Burger trade capacity, trade advantage. I build those in my own places where my own markets are. Maximum stockpile capacity. There. They could have a little bit more there too. Wharfs also build harbor capacity. Entrepot. Where would I build it? I currently can't afford it. Napoli. So just in my market centers. If they don't want books, they don't want books. I'm gonna see if I could build a building in Damascus Sham, and if that could lubricate the grease of commerce better. Pepper as an export? Nah. We actually have a balance of pepper in the positives, very slightly. So would it be the worst thing? Give it a little bit of that pepper? Circulation of hostile publications? When printing was a novelty, it first attracted those who could create codices as great works of art, or philanthropists who wanted to spread the knowledge of the classics in a more accessible format. Soon, however, others joined their ranks, less scrupulous men who would make a living slandering others. I can't believe it, they created posters. Ever since printing started to mature as a business, presses all over Europe have been available for demagogues to spin their web of lies. Piles of pamphlets lie ready to be distributed to anyone who'll believe them as we speak. In Sulmone in particular, this otherwise so promising technology has been put to use as a means to spread vicious slander about our queen and undermine our kingdom. This cannot be tolerated. The time for censorship has come. Lose 10 burger satisfaction. Gain 20 stability. Every location within Abruzzo Ultra where printing presses begin to spread will gain 25 acceptance of the institution. It will anyway. The institution is coming. Abruzzo Ultra's nothing. We need 20% exposed to the printing press to embrace it, and we're at 1919. The printing press is basically us, and that's it. A couple little spots here or there, but barely anything of worth. Time for censorship. It doesn't lose me any progress. It just gains me stability at the cost of a little bit of satisfaction that's going to rise back up anyway. And stability is great. It's not just currency. Estate satisfaction, equilibrium higher, and pop promotion speed. But I want to use it as a currency. No kids? What's going on, Katarina? You're 23 years old. Don't you know? Don't you know that we got some, I'm not gonna use too many adjectives here. Don't you know you got nerfed, Katarina? You can only make babies up until age 40 now. That's a hard cap limit. So if you don't get kids, Katarina, then we don't get to become the Barcelonas. Sonato agrees. Alright, we got a new composer of alright skill. And now Ligurian peasants are slowly becoming a problem. Balance back down to 32. We got to enjoy noble tax for a while. Let's cool him back off to 50. The commoners and peasants still love me enough that we could keep pushing them to the moon and not have to worry about anything. But that's just more decimals. And 400! Protected harbors only cost 80.64 for harbor capacity and naval attrition. Where's natural harbors? Natural harbor suitability. We got some green. And then harbor capacity. We have a little bit better harbor capacity than natural harbors. That's cool, that's good. It doesn't make money though, so we'll still have to pay maintenance on it. I need to make money first. Lumber mill, they still promise you can make good money. I'll take their word for it. We could build more lumber mills in Napoli. What a Nola. Paper Maker Guild. I know for a fact that we're gonna get a whole lot of paper pretty soon. Market warehouse +2. "20 more months for Gulf of Guinea." Lucca is about to become more of the Papal States pretty soon. They should have stayed at the Union. I don't know what to tell them. Bertram, let's get you married. Hot, noble debutantes in your area want to meet you. I got a little grandbaby. Little Violant de Barcelona. Counted as a noble though, because not of the dynasty. You see how it deprives you information so easily. Laszlo has a little baby. Another Robert. We have so many Roberts. My family loves the name Robert. If we have a funeral, is to bury a Robert. And then there's 15 other Roberts there in attendance to say goodbye to Robert. And reminisce about how they remember when Robert was kind to Robert. Privileges of the nobility have been under continuous assault as Queen Margherita Angio's attempted to centralize more and more control. Additional privileges to nobles. Peasants unhappy, but nobles are. Ignore them. Lose another 20. Just lose another 20. Drop it back down to 30. The Mamluks have taken over Cyprus. Given this is in dark gray, and this is in light gray, do you think perhaps it is less wise to explore here? Like I have to explore to make dark gray turn to light gray, and then explore again to make light gray become areas I can colonize? Or set up trading posts? More economic buildings, lumber mills. We got tax efficiency. Tax efficiency 2.5 already showing some dividends. Proximity still has lots of angry reds though. It'll be easier once we get Bologna and Pisa to get more road networks going out. Let's go ahead and build some coastal forts. Or some docks. Harbor capacity 0.10. Maritime presence 0.15. Put some maritime presence stuff. Given the presence of pirates we have along here. I should probably be strategic where I put them. And not just put them on every bit of coastline, because that's going to be expensive. I'm putting decimal points of benefits. Perugia 100% done. So, control, assimilation, rebel crackdown. We could bounce some control around. We got some pretty good looking control, all things considered. Having one on stabilized country, one on strengthened government is already pretty good. That makes a few of my costs cheaper. Cold tea. Given the type of day it is today, I think I'm going to make some more of that good, delicious bone and butt soup with the bone and butt broth that I made from the bone of the bone and butt ham that I got earlier this year. We have voted to enact a line legislature. Okay. So, I vote and I win, and I lose 15 estate satisfaction on everybody. That is so dumb. Because we were the opponents of what Moldova wanted. Alright. That is dumb. That is really stupid. The winner of the resolution loses satisfaction. How about if it's just the loser of the resolution, if you vote against it and lose? I think that would be a simple thing to make it not stupid to vote for your interest. Now I see how these guys got that big drop before. No, sir, I don't like it. That could use a little rule tweak. The lookout had reported sporadic dwellings, but no natives until at long last a Kodo village in Bisao was sighted. A small force disembarked and was hospitably received by Balanta villagers, something that was attributed to their fascination with 3 Sicilian sailors who were bearded and tall. The natives were beardless, and with some difficulty they managed to communicate that their myths and legends foretold of a time when their bearded gods would come from the sea to visit them. The natives gifted food and treasures, which indicated to Francis de Bao that the province is prosperous and would be of great value to us. So, commentary aside, you can see then how this is only possible after the hot fix from earlier last week that provided the ability to grow beards for the first time in EU5. Explore Gambia gains progress, and we gain 3.74 monies. So, relations with the locals is off to a good start. Yeah? So we can maintain mutually beneficial relationships here. Nobility has low estate faction wants to rebel. Brewery is unmarketable, unprofitable. People don't want beer. Pop demand for beer. Nobles, if they have 75% income versus expense. Clerics, burghers, laborers, soldiers, peasants, tribemen. Everybody loves beer. But we don't have a big demand for beer. So how about if I just cut back on some of them? Where's my breweries? The least profitable breweries we have. Mazara. Palermo. Could I go by markets? Napoli markets. Okay. Melfi doesn't need one. Potenza doesn't need one. Matera. Cutrone. Spoleto. Sorry about this, buddy. Assisi. It wasn't meant to be. And now that's fewer people producing beer. So the demand should start to equalize with and hopefully outpace supply. Potter's Guild is also one that is somehow very unprofitable. They produce pots, which has a very low demand. So I don't need so many. There. Maybe a few more. Since it's a very low demand good, everybody makes pots, everybody's got pots. Chanihungi, breweries, masons. Tunis, salt collector, fishing villages. But the fishing villages are supposed to be all subsidized. All fishing villages currently subsidized, you lie. Oh, there's why. There. Fishing villages, farming villages, market villages. Food production up. Food production is always good. So I'll build some irrigation. That'll kinda pay for itself. $65.9. Hey, we keep this going for a few more years. $15 years. And one more year for the Gulf of Guinea to finish exploration. Giovanni's reached the age of 16, and now he's gonna get an older lady to spend time with. 19 years of age, Giovanna. If these ladies get too old, I'm gonna have to start marrying them off to guys in their 30s. Oh, I can see some armies here. I could very momentarily see armies when I scroll down. I don't think I'm supposed to do that. Gems and jewelry, but at least I'm providing some demand for him. Eight years old. He's got 22, 32, 31. Some ambition. Okay, let's see who's currently unmarried. No. Characters. Men who are not married and are adults. Eliardo isn't too old. Let's marry you to Sibilia here. It's a shame I can't sort by age. 47, 32, 39, 33, 30. Okay, 30 years of age is the least oldest. $12-year age difference, yeah? $33, 39, 32. Okay, 32 and 33. Now, where's that 33-year-old? And that'll leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 unmarried ladies remaining. Oh. Now, how's my institution spread doing? Printing press? 26.8 stability I've got. It's present in 20.64% of my country, so I can embrace the printing press now if I had the cash. Sevilla, slowly spreading. Gallery, oh man, look at this envy. They got so much more around there. Mantua, Parma's got a little bit. When Parma embraces the institution, I'll ask them to give it to me. How's our advances going? I want this, the estate enrichment, to go away, so December of this year. This is behavior that they were supposed to have fixed. Mondovi shouldn't be bothering me every other month, and they are. Let me see if 4 hours ago, open beta, patch notes is Hopkins is up, we got that one. Leaked patch notes for next week's 1.09 beta. Safe's coming in shambles. Oh, that's just a meme. .08 beta is a trip. Centralization ticking down because you have a bunch of tiny vassals. Super disloyal can't be annexed anymore. Age of Revolutions are centralized. They think their 90k total combined troops are practically as powerful as his 900,000 professionals. Great. Have vassals he can't annex because they're disloyal. They're eating away centralization. Okay. I gotta get rid of Mondovi. Mondovi is being an asshole. They're literally voting for the same thing over and over again. And because these assholes are voting on it, then if I vote for, nah, we'll keep a line legislature, and a line legislature wins, then I'm the one who loses a state satisfaction. That's bullshit. It should be the losing party that loses a state satisfaction. Basically, Moldova has no reason to not constantly spam this. My other members have been voting my way, so if I just don't do the vote, then it'll pass, and I won't lose a fuck ton of satisfaction stupidly. Nobles are at 17. Let's get them moving to 30 by taxing them more. It's gotta be 0.2 anyway. So stupid. And they're still low from the last time. Battery running low, why aren't you charging? Tablet is being a dumb. There you go, it is plugged in, it's charging for a second, hold on. Tech stuff real quick, there we go. There's a battery charging. Maybe we're playing the branch of a branch of a branch, and that's why this thing with these assholes here that should have been patched out in a previous hotfix is back to spamming, and it's spamming for the first time for me. I have not had this problem before, but other people did. So they have all these other fixes in this one, while prior fixes seem to have been rolled back. Diseases affecting our country. Art. It's pretty impressive how there's actually no disease anyplace right now. Got money again? Zichi Geno. Geno so named after Jay Leno. Game's kind of chugging along right now. Should I exit the game every few hours and reload it? It's getting very slow here. Hold on. Hold on. Pause game. Pause, pause, pause. Why are we suddenly acting as if I'm playing on the family laptop from 2003? State enrichment has gone down. And look at that, money just zoomed out. If money just zoomed out that much, I could send more exploration. We know 28% of the world. I should explore here, so we could have a kind of, how to call it, like a command and control center that could interact with these other places. In Cape Verde, assuming that Spain hasn't got to it first. Actually, we have some phenomenal commanders here that could be better use as explorers. 91, 82, 24. Give me Cape Verde. That's Spanish for the green cloak. And if we got some stuff over here, then we could launch more exploration efforts from closer to where I want to be. Multiple literacy 0.01. Diplomatic range. Barks. I think I'm fine for now. Unhappiness among commoners again. Sucks to be them. We're doing everything we can to improve their situation. They just don't see it. I shall allow their printing presses to post lies and slanders of their pamphlets against me, because history shall vindicate my efforts. Violante has a little sister, little Eleanor. And there's a chance to embrace a printing press. 26 stability drop and 440 monies. The cost went up because you're making more money. I should. I need 20 more stability to change my inheritance law. But we got time to do that. What are we currently researching? Power projection. It's September of this year, I'll wait. And that'll probably, hopefully even, make it a little bit cheaper. Golden Horde actually has some people invading it. Georgian Golden War. To take Abkhazia. Bohemia is now the military hegemon. War score costs cheaper, they could violate sovereignty, they could use soldiers as workforce. The great power with the highest army size. Can we see what all hegemons they are right now? Embargoing. Casus Belli targets. We hate each other mutually. Power projection of 15.8. They don't know the new world. They don't know printing press. They don't know pike and shot. They don't know meritocracy. Military hegemon. Kingdom of Bohemia. Great powers by amount of regulars. That's it! Any other great power. With high great power score. I got great power score? Where's it gonna be? Where's my great power score? I know I got great power score here somewhere. Where would that be? 9 subjects, Neapolitan, navy size. Look at how much army size I got. And I'm not the hegemon. Naval hegemon is France. 28 heavy ship. Ooh. I was quite pleased with my 12 heavy ships. That's actually kind of impressive. They take less naval damage, they could force embargo, they got maritime support. They're the economic hegemon. Greater than 400 monthly income from trade and tax. Monthly income. Damn! Bohemia's military. France is diplomatic. Greater than 20.88 diplomatic reputation, could improve relations, plus 30%. Influence country, diplomatic corps, yes, yes. Cultural hegemon is the Ashikaga shogunate. Cultural influence greater than 423. I joked in the forums back in the Tinto Talks, Tinto Map days, when they revealed stuff about culture war and how culture war works. And I see. So this is how Japan conquers the world through anime. It turns out actually yes. The number 11 power in the world. Great power score of 331. Wu is number 1 with 710. So, am I not enough of a great power for my 331 to give me benefit? Naval feels easy. Build a whole bunch of boats. Military hegemon requires more regulars. They have shit regulars, let's be honest. Once we get pike and shot, and we do some actual advancements to modern soldiery, then why am I seeing everything France is... That's why it's so sluggish right now, because I could see what everybody's doing. Could I see what he's doing because he's a hegemon? I could see what Castile is... The game does this sometimes. The last time we had this happen, it just stopped showing us all that stuff the moment I unpaused. For whatever reason, I got full view on all the stuff France is doing, and full view on what Castile and Aragon are doing. I don't gotta see that even if I zoom in. I shouldn't have their fog of war completely ignored. Because that's where a lot of lag is going to come from in a game like this. That's one of the big reasons why, as the game of Crusader Kings goes on, especially for 2, that it gets laggier isn't so much that there's more characters around. That's like some of it. But the fact that as you become more of a global power, and all the fog of war disappears, means more of the game is being rendered and tracked visibly all at once. That's a whole lot more spaghetti getting tangled in on itself. If all the spaghetti I see is me and those who border me, so it's just this, that's not a whole lot to untangle. But if it's all this too, needlessly even, that is a bit much. Hungary wants to offer alliance now. Oh, Hungary, what changed? Also, we forgot to ask you for money. Hungary, what changed? You're not at war with anybody. You got an alliance with Poland and Lower Bavaria. Are they not good enough? Now they want to come crawling back to me. Subjects is higher up. Yeah, we'll accept offer. We're not gonna be petty towards Hungary. We understand that they felt the relationship had gone stagnated and they wanted to see other people. 356 for aligned legislature. I'm the only one that hasn't voted, but the vote's already going my way. If I don't vote, I win. If I do vote, I win and get fucking punished for it. We've already got books. Big exported out. Who do I not have any pluses on yet? Just the firearms? Building needs? Fucking ivory again. You know what that means? Fishing villages will all use tools. Thank you fucking much. They keep wanting to do Arctic fishing villages. I am surrounded by dum-dums. If I build more tool houses, will they stop trying to make... We got lots of tool shops already. Andrew Philippe. Oh, he's mediocre. Nobody wants to marry him. We'll marry Philippe too. Who's got good stats? Katerina? He's a royal, so we'll marry him for stats and not for seniority. Three more months and Gulf of Guinea is going to be finished. 4 months. What? 3 months. It's just bouncing back and forth down there. Forces to embargo England. Alright. That is going to force us to block trade with everybody at this rate. Buildings can, or should I do? We haven't built the entrepot yet. Trade office gives trade advantage, trade capacity. Overseas trading post. Oh, we can't build them here. All markets are shown. Where the power projection is higher than the owner, we have 12.4. Each says 16.75. Great. Okay, what else to make? Tannery has a +1. Are we sure we're doing +1s? And Palemu would be +1 for a tannery. That's some pretty high numbers. Much better tanneries in our Cunny Honey market. Tailor's Guild. I was promised 1, but I don't see 1s. I see decimals still. So that's a lie. Gunsmith. .85 in Cagliari, .63. Fiber Crop Farms promised to be profitable in Palermo, in Cefalu, Messina, Trapani. And because I built so many, I'm going to be gutting demand. For that reason, I won't build too many of them. Because they're profitable now. But if I build so much, then the cost of the good is going to go down. And if the cost of the good goes down, they'll stop being profitable. I'll get caught in a circle. So I should have just built all the things I can build everywhere. That'll end up shooting me in the ass. $35.56. It's taken a while, but Pirates of the Adriatic has finally started to tone itself down. Let's bump the speed up a little more. Is France attacking the Pope? Is that we got a siege going on here? I think Francis, I think the Pope's trying to take a little bit of that away from France. That's why I could see everything oh. I think that's why I could see everything going on, because I have France at my sea border. Then I could see every single thing going on in France. I think that is it. Castilian-Aragonese War. To take Zaragoza. Castile is losing, just barely. Should I help him? France and Castile are banding together. No alliance. Minus 24.7. Man, really? You're at war. And you don't want to join up. Cape Verde exploration is launched. Hopefully the Spaniards haven't made their way here. Gulf of Guinea is almost done. One more day and home. Clear detailed maps of the Gulf of Guinea. Oh, down here. So, what else can we explore? Since we're making loads of cash, we could afford to. Cape Verde area is being explored. Gambia is being explored. Canary Islands, Ghana. Upper Guinea, Western Sahara. We can't go any further. That's the furthest extent of our exploration allowed right now. So maybe that is incentive to throw a few more exploration parties this way and colonize it to extend our range. If we had a trade colony in Gambia, that could possibly extend our range out this way. Crew area is the furthest away we can go. Let's go see how the crew be. The celebrated Raoul de Savoy gets a year with his wife. Look at how many babies he's made. He's been super eager every time he gets back home. Constance is a champ. Oops, not what I wanted. Little Eleanor, little Violante. We couldn't marry a Violante de Barcelona, but now we could almost play a Violante de Barcelona. Aragon's losing this war. I've chosen poorly. Do I really want to marry into Aragon and then end up with this two-front pinching between Castile and France? Power projection plus 10. Cool. So, now that we have power projection plus 10, does that mean I could build overseas trading posts? I can now build overseas trading posts in Egypt. We'll build in Beirut. Build some in Jaffa. In Gaza. Dakala, Almima, Rashid. This is all. No, that's the next trade zone over. But it wouldn't hurt to have more of these buildings, right? I could have built one of each. Let's just build more. And then after I build these, I'll be like, hey, stop that. But it'll be too late, I already have these buildings. And we still have enough cash to embrace the printing press. Is primarily in us, and so we are going to take immediate benefit. New World has barely made its way on over to us. I don't think I even see any New World in Napoli. Okay, there's some New World in Napoli, and a little bit in Kanihani. There's a little bit of pike and shot in us too. A little bit more pike and shot in us. Let's do it. Let's spend the stability and spend the gold to embrace the printing press. So, first, let's turn this off. A state satisfaction equilibrium could be nice. It's a benefit we get for Sicily 2 Sicilies. There's also, I forgot, but as of 1.08, there are a few more advances given for Naples and 2 Sicilies. Let's see if I could find any new ones around here. I don't think that they're this low in, though. Age of Discovery. Let's get my printing press first. Max literacy 10%. And then what should I go for next? Spy network to monthly diplomats 0.10. That'll make it cheaper. Diplomats is so expensive for me. Speed of integration. Trade capacity, urban buildings, monthly prosperity. Those are all nice, but I gotta think about priority. Diplomatic capacity, jewelry output, skills of artists, peasants happier, cost of court cheaper, crown power, cabinet seat +1, paved roads, and then noble power minus 20%. So I like this stuff. If we go straight down here, and then crush noble power, while making some paved roads. Between locations, quicker movement cost, market access, and proximity minus 25. In both locations that the roads connect, 10% institution growth, 25% monthly development growth, and construction speed faster. I like. And then on the other side, institution growth 20, books output, paper workshop, and then the printer shop, naval supply workshop. So we're gonna be on this one for a while, so I'm okay with bouncing around a bit. Promote institution. Cabinet action. Institution promotion +1. Pop conversion simulation. Colonial migration. Copper output, iron output. Encourage city living. Burgers in towns and cities, and migration attraction. So, if we go down this way first, we get diplomatic capacity, jewelry, new artists, cost of court cheaper, crown power, paved roads. It'll basically be trying to get to paved roads first. And crush noble power. Cabinet laws. Weaken nobles, clergy, and burghers, and get more centralized. Burghers happier, more burghers. If we go here first for the printing press shop. See, we're making paper. We're making books. So we've already got that going. This will just make it better. 20% institution growth is already going to be accommodated by building more paved roads. Cabinet seat +1 is nice. I've already got 3, and I got barely anything for my guys to do. So I guess I could spend more guys to increase control places. So we'll get to paved roads, and then we'll go to printer shop. And that's already a pretty damn good menu. Then we'll get cabinet seat +1 as a bonus. That's a pretty good menu, man. We're gonna get paved roads, we're gonna get printing presses. We're gonna weaken the power of the nobility. But now it's been about 4 hours of stream. So let me put that gorgeous world map back on. Should I cheat? And look at... Gambia's got Kabu people there. Peru is mostly Society of Pops. So I don't think I'll go to war with Kabu. Golden Horde's got some bites taken out of it. But they're still holding on. I see you, Onyx. I see you grooming yourself on my desk. There. And now, I'll BRB, and then return in a little bit. Onyx moved the map just then. Alright, Onyx. Let's go take our BRB elsewhere, okay? Where you won't kick the map around. What's Van ist die Hasselnuss is available in karaoke version. I don't want Schwarzbraun ist die Hasselnuss. I want Bier, Bier, Bier. They give me every single Heino song except for the one that I want. Alright, I put my mouse over here so Onyx wouldn't climb all over it during BRB. I was like, wait, where's my mouse? Tax rate. It's kind of bouncing back and forth. But it's slowly increasing. It's kind of plateauing, I think. I think I described that as a plateau. Population, though, we finally exceeded the pre-Black Death numbers. Hey, Toasty. 140 locations. All right. $355 voting for line legislators. It really is just... I'll come back. Mondovi being little shit. Is there any way to give Mondovi their independence? Hey, you two. We got Onyx and Toasty in the room again. Onyx has climbed back onto the desk. There goes his butt. Hey, Onyx. Boop. Boop. Onyx, you will have your lunch in 1.5 hours, okay? It's 2:23 right now, and your lunch is at 4 p.m. You've had breakfast and you've had 11 Z's. You just gotta wait. Are you too, Toasty? I see you there. Toasty is so cute. He's sitting on the stool over here off screen, and he started licking himself on his paw, but he's a tired baby, so he won't lick. Lick. Didn't you, Toasty? I can't release this bad apple. What if I don't want them anymore? I can't get rid of them? Wait, integration level... Alright, integration level 4 because they voted against increasing the, They voted against annexation. Dropping integration by 1. Hey, Toasty. Toasty, you have your own water. I gave you more water already. You don't gotta put your poo paws in mine. Because it said so, Toasty. How much of this good do I have? 0.2. Get rid of it. Just get rid of it all. Another boy come of age to marry. All the old ladies are running out, they keep dying. Only Caterina Visconti and Francesca Rocci remain as unmarried old ladies. Johanna. Marriage by seniority. See, we've kept the legislature aligned. And because we've kept the legislature aligned, the status quo is maintained. But because I didn't vote for it, I didn't have to lose all of my estate satisfaction. That is so dumb. Eight years for Cape Verde. Cape Verde is right over here. And it's taken us longer to explore than Gambia. Look at how reported sporadic dwellings but no natives. Until at long last, a coastal village in Cacho was sighted. A small force disembarked and was hospitably received by Manjak villagers. Let's see, is this more about the beards? Yeah, the natives are beardless. Myths and legends, bearded gods. More progress, more money. So every sailor we send out on exploration expeditions has to be bearded? Because everyone apparently has legends about their bearded gods returning. Hold on. I see myself live here, and everything says live, but if I look at my stream, it's still showing BRB. How far back is it? What if I refresh? Okay, it is up and running. Just my stream on my tablet was behind a bit. It had me worried. Seeing the BRB while I was still playing and speaking. Nah, just my tablet being slow. Onyx is over here, and he is completely engrossed with watching my hand on the keyboard. Hey, Toasty. $29.77 Adriatic pirates. They better hurry it up, so I can start focusing on the Mediterranean pirates again. And then Adriatic pirates could pop up again, and again, and again. Hungarians are fighting, Polish-Teutonic War. Jewelry's more of a dud again. What you doing, No, 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 Toasty. I got two cats licking each other on my desk. Where are you gonna go now, Toasty? You know, this is a great idea, you two. Toasty licking Onyx, Onyx licking Toasty. That's brilliant. I love it. This is early afternoon on a cold day, so it's a perfect time for two cats to groom each other and get cozy. But why don't you do it either on the bed behind me, where you guys love to lay down anyway, or on the couch of the living room? How about that? What if we... Toasty, I see you being so cozy. Let's put you over here. Sit, stay. And then Onyx. Up, baby. Oh, big kitty. Oh, here we go. I didn't get you over the moon. Here. Onyx over here. Toasty over here. Yeah? Yeah? Cozy? Cozy, comfy kitties? Cozy, comfy kitties? Yeah? Yeah? And then you could groom each other? Groom each other, get really cozy? No? Sorry, Toasty. Onyx with that. Come on, Toasty. Toasty. Come on. Oh. I gave him a chance. They can groom each other outside now, and it'll tend to them when it is lunchtime for them. 300 monies. I gotta make more stuffs. Since the maintenance for all these buildings is getting rather high up. As nice as it is to have more buildings giving more benefit, I gotta pay for those buildings. $208 to $138, and my chair is sinking once again. Nobles are at 20. Let's lower their tax some more. They could chase towards 35 now, which is less money for me. All these farming villages and fishing villages I gotta spend so much money on. But it's apparently cheaper than buying food. But we just focus on what makes the most money across all of these. Spinners are apparently set to do real well. In Napoli, in Gaeta. But a couple of use. Lumber mills are also always profitable. Any other places? Piedmont, Venafro. Guess I'll build more lumber here. Nola is short on people. Oh, I have it in Napoli market only. $40 in Palermo. We gotta get more wood down there too. I got many markets now that I have access to, and 2 that I own. $14.42, and Pisa has until 56. 14 more years. And then it bumped up to February of 1463. 10 more years? 10 more years. Guns to Tunis. We're actually not meeting our demand. Supply is being outpaced by demand, that's good. But demand's only at 5 anyway. Gems to Genoa, we got so many gems. We're already exporting to Genoa. Books to Venice is currently making 0.5. I don't want to cause so much route maintenance that it stops being profitable though. Lead I'm already doing. Population wants incense. The Scandaria market has perfect supply and demand. Let's take a little bit of that for me then. Livestock for Cunny Honey is already unprofitable. Alright. Cunny Honey can keep their livestock. Our country's thinkers, encouraged by the open-minded stance of our government, are engaged in a burst of thought in the area of administration, asking themselves the question, how could we govern better? Bursts of admin thought for 10 years? Efficiency of cabinet 10%? An extra 0.01 or 0.02 towards stability? Cagliari should be at max control now, so let's switch you on over. Calabria Ultra, Spoleto. We get the Spolitians happier. You see, Mondovi just keeps doing that. It's gonna keep on spamming forever and ever and ever now. Is there a personality? Well, it's us. How long have we got until the next research finishes? Not until next February? So we can't guarantee that these ones are going to be easy once every year, like the other ones, or once every year. Yeah. $26.21. Explorer's heading off for crew now. And have a year and a half for the Gambia expedition to complete. $73 votes for federal, 184 for aligned. Mondovi, as always, stands alone. Crown Prince Robert. Let's give you an expensive education. If nothing else, he could, in time, become a decent administrator. We could put him on the cabinet, I'm sure. Jewelry from Bordeaux is a minus 62. That is a whole lot more than I'm comfortable with. Everything's gone foul. If it was a mere 0.0 something, that's one thing. Making more trade money by not doing the trades. Population need, we got wild game you could call in again. They got so much wild game. We are tearing through our supply, we got none. I don't really need the stuff, I just need the money. Alescandaria is losing so much from all the other trades they got. Supply is 5.94, demand is 26. Balance of minus 20. I'm not gonna touch that. Sell some cloth. Fine cloth, we got so much more supply than demand. So get rid of it. Already trading in those. Noble Insurgents up to 83 again. How many times must I teach you this lesson, old man? There's a bit more spread to them. They got 18,000 guys. Mondovi is just trying to kill me through legislative actions that constantly go against their agenda. Oh. There's another law being covered up by this one. Apostolicae Servitis. For state clergy satisfaction equilibrium, yeah. Why would I want my clergy to not like me? They gotta marry off. Marry you to the next oldest in line, Maria di Arboria. So all my buildings here would have already finished then. And the Mamluks didn't give me any prohibition on building. All these wharfs, bailiffs, armories. Perugia have presented what they claim is a perfectly legitimate following through on threat. Casus belli on us. Don't they have to threaten me first to follow through on a threat? I somehow doubt that little tiny Perugia over here is gonna actually try to attack us. Do they have allies? They have no allies. They have a spy network on us. Apparently their spy network allows it to fabricate following through on threats. Could I counter? Wait. Why would everybody be against me, though? The Pope? I don't see... Their international organization is a Catholic Church, and that's it. Bologna and Pisa are their rivals, two entities that are getting swallowed into me. I don't see a coalition against me. Marriage Union, Sicilian Union, Catholic Church, Alliance with Hungary, Annexations, Guarantee of Independence, Scutage, Embargoes, Coalition against Bohemia is pretty damn sexy. Coalition against France. Coalition against Munster. So there's no actual... Ferrara has a union, or a coalition against him, started by Verona. There's no coalition against me. Maybe what's working here is that since I have so much antagonism, going to war with no casus belli would force all these guys to join up against me. Has Perugia fallen under the control of Rome? They have. Their overlord is the Papal States. I see them. So the issue is if I attack Perugia, I attack the Pope. If Perugia wants to force the Pope to go through with this, we squat on Perugia and win, and the Pope has so much land we could just take away from him then. I don't think the Pope wants to do this fight, because I'm going to take this Eastern Italy stuff, I'm going to take Lucca. What's this? Cabinet lacks member. Cabinet lacks member? What happened with that? Roberto... These guys are off overseas someplace. What happened to... grandson? We have an actual grandson over there. What happened to Robert? He's gone off someplace. Well, Philip, I guess you're in then. Did he get absorbed into somebody else's rulership? Ferran de Barcelona. He didn't get elected to Albania or Athens. Then where on earth did he run off to? So weird. My most capable cabinet member has suddenly left court. With no warning, no alert. Maybe he became a noble? Male and crown. And adults. He's no longer counted here. Consul of Brescia. So what happened is he became the Consul of Brescia. Little tiny Brescia there. Yeah. On the one hand, this means that we have an Andrew sitting on the throne elsewhere. They hate me, though. My relative hates me. My cabinet member hates me. Need for a loan minus 1,000. Brescia was very briefly in a personal union with us. Is it possible? No, I can't force him into one. Threaten war. Isolate from allies. Well. Byzantium-Wallachian War. So, Byzantine Venice is no overlords. Neopatra does, right? That's Negroponte, Neopatria is Serbia's. So who does Byzantine own? Smyrna, South Muntenia, and Epirus. But there's not really much I care about them with the Byzantines. Thessaly is independent now, allied with Byzantium. Allied with Byzantium, so maybe I could take it away. I don't really care all too much to go against them right now, but I guess I could humiliate them. They got 9 galleys. Well, right now, I want to kill these pirates first. 37.12%, it keeps bouncing up. My money, my armies and such is basically free. So it wouldn't hurt me any to send troops against them. We could just start sieging down in their hinterlands, their unprotected hinterlands, and then sit on a castle or two, and then say, hey, busies, you want to get rid of me? Then how's about you pay me? We don't have payments from the Byzantines anymore. It's an extra 1 per month. That's my inflation. 3.4 now, keep it going down then. When we have rebels close to raising up. Alright, we gotta finish off Bar Nobles first again. Support for dissidents abroad. Been contacted by a group of papal dissidents who claim to have a vast network of support ready to force a papal pope to adopt a pro-Sicilian course if we could provide them funds. Gain 5 noble estate satisfaction and make the Pope hate me in exchange for 280 money. What a waste of coin. The nobles are gonna hate me even more now. Gems from Tunis has gone sour. Gold going out has gone sour. Everything else looking fine. London pearls, they barely got. They got a supply of 5. Supply of 9, demand of 9. We could do a little bit more from here. Paris has lots and lots of pearls, and they're doing okay on demand. What if we do trades? Kani honey. Could we import food from Naples? There's no Naples option to get food. I can't support my own Kani honey. Peppers in Naples, we're bleeding them out. Aligned legislature again, and because we're not voting, we don't gotta suffer the BS consequence of winning. The consequence of winning, I repeat. Printing press has been researched, max literacy up. New policies available for education of the masses. We could do epic tradition. Cost of increased literacy action is a policy. Skills of new artist. See, that's alright, but I don't want an action to increase literacy. I'm quite happy just teaching my folks. Plus, I'm not going to spend the 85.36 stability on that. We've embraced it, but it's still spreading throughout the country. Got a little bit more chartreuse in Naples for New World. Pike and shot, we got a whole lot more, it's more green. Parma, we're share knowledge. Spreads 50% of embrace institutions to Parma. I don't want my knowledge to go to them, I want them to give me their knowledge. Invite settlers. Share maps. If they want my maps, it gotta be absorbed into me. Violante is gregarious. So let's see what we got for Katarina's kids. Violante, Eleanor, and then little Ferran, the grandson, that is likely going to inherit Aragon and Naples, in which we shall be the senior partner. So we'll spend stability in this generation to change the law for Margarita to inherit. No, for Caterina to inherit. And then when she does, we'll change the law again for Ferran. So for this gregarious child, 0.5 diplomatic ability. I've got a few expensive educations going on already. What's a bit more? Andrew Margarita's unmarried. Laszlo's kid? Alright. Sure. $22 months to fill in 20 clerics. Distillers. Man, they told me distiller be good money. Tailor's Guild, sheep farms. Genoa Market, only sheep farms are unprofitable. Cunny Honey. Tools. I feel like I should subsidize my tool guilds because people are going to keep on wanting to use ivory for fishing villages. If I give them more tools and more cheap tools, then they'll stop begging for ivory, won't they? Won't they? That's my hope. That's my desperate hope. Lumber is forever estimated to be super important. Naples has plenty, Salerno. Palermo will build another. Messina will get one more. Spinners Guild in all markets. Palermo get another, Messina get another Spinner Guild. Bolgay max out. Tannery is also looking good. Plus 12. So where's the better stuff? Oh, is it Lion then? Because that's such small numbers. Where's that 0.61? Or the 0.60? Is what it currently is? Height of profit of all filtered tanneries? Tar kiln will get us more tar. We got small demand for tar. Charcoal kiln will get us charcoal. A few things require that. I can improve these for 0.05 or 4.2, 4.1, 3.8, 3. No, I'm no money now. Spent the last of the natural wealth on charcoal kilns. $99.94 for nobility insurgents. Another noble comes of age. We'll marry him off. And then, a couple of weeks from now, he's going to be putting a sword to my throat. Arcada's position against censorship has allowed many lesser artists to experiment more and push the boundaries of art. As a result, one of many novice, nondescript artists has today become a recognizable name and a veritable local celebrity within young artist circles. We can expect much from Giuliano Bruno. Can we? He's got zero artistic skill. He sucks! Almost out of debutantes! And then... Civil War anew. You know we're doing something right when rebels continue... They got 2 heavy ships. Who gave them the right to get heavy ships? You know the drill. Raise levies of the all variety. Raise navies. The nobles love me now. The surviving nobles have popped up to 73% like of me, because everyone who hates me left. So I might as well tax them into space. %33% tax on the burghers, 41% tax on the commoners. But because there's so many more commoners, they make more money off of them, even if they're all dirt broke. And if I really wanted to, nobles now have 29 power still. It would cost 75.38 to remove their privileges. Hiring a navy. Let's bring these guys on over to intercept with that. It's very pleasant music. It's a statement to how routine these wars have gotten. We got too many army here for these boats. These poor guys all by themselves. Oh, all of my tin and silver and iron. Sardinia, you're being led astray by these nobles. Don't let them push you around. Minus 1.3 million. Let's get more boats here. Maybe this will be enough boats. It is not enough boats. It is nowhere near enough boats. Whoop. Got these guys coming up. I didn't see them there. When will they show up? 19th of May? At 10 a.m.? If this goes in, they'll get there tonight in 4 hours. Start one side at a time. Let's work on. Oh, I forgot to move him out of the way. Alright, that'll be their one freebie then. It is still moving. If these could just stick to where the armies actually are. Paradox. Paradox. $2025 Paradox, what are we doing? There they go. Had to teach them that they could actually move there. How are 300 killing us all that badly? We got killed by supply trains. How? How? Are they just poorly balanced or what? They got killed by supply trains. How does one get killed by supply trains? Oh, these two could fight here. Oh, we got some guys all alone up here that shouldn't be. Get rid of you. Okay, we got some guys in position. Once these two jerks cease running around in circles, we could do something with them. Hey, they're regaining morale. Now get back on your feet. Yeah, good enough. Fishing boats, go pick those guys up. And then all of you are gonna go relieve Cagliari and start taking over Sardinia. Corsica is already solid. Possible cabinet action. They finished? Cool. Strengthen government oh, yeah, because the guy they were trying to raise control on has decided to revolt. Let's increase control in Val di Noto. Tunis market is missing iron. I wonder why. They're gonna finish that before we get there. But there's only 900 of them. Yeah, full on occupied. And now to take it back. These guys can go away. They've done their job. $3,000 coming up. Okay, let's move you on down over here. The both of you. Because we can't have these guys taking my stuff away. Their army's coming down, but they're not gonna beat us. And here comes relief just in time. Oh, the cowards are running. Locations we pop Gargenti. Gargenti? How come? We don't actually have disease in us, right? No, we are still disease-free despite the claim. All that pop drop is just the start of the war. We'll get them back. That was such a loss of morale. Morale just vanished near instantly. We kicked a bunch of their butts. They don't have any... They don't suddenly have a whole bunch of regulars that we don't. It should just be their levy peasants and maybe... What I mean to say is that there's no way that they somehow got a whole bunch of... What is it? Pike and shot out of their ass? There's a few levies, they got one artillery, but it's Hofnis. They got the same exact level we do. Maybe it's the sheer loot of regulars versus levies that is making ours suddenly very wet paper. Are they coming back to Barry? I want to get them while morale is still down. Manfredonia. Get them before they can replenish. Set to horrifically fail. Bigger army, better quality, terrains to their benefit. Because they're all a bunch of cheaty Cheetos. All they'll have now is terrain. And they'll probably still win. Man, so much busy work to do around here. Which I guess gives me something to do. How much to remove their privileges now? 75? Oh, we got the tiniest of discounts. How? How? That's not cricket. I'm feeling abused here. Alright, Dia Gratia Rex. Makes the states happier for a little bit? Sure. I'll remind them, by whose grace do I rule? In other news, Gambia discovered the Kabu people here. Sup? They're of no match for us. Trade, religious war. We could do religious war, can we? We don't have Deus Vult, so no, we cannot. But now that we have Crew and Cape Verde, 5 years and 6 years, we can't go any further out, can we? Cape Verde is being done, Crew's being done, Canary Islands, Ghana, Jolof, itty bitty dot, Upper Guinea. We could do Upper Guinea. Connect our knowledge between Gambia and Crew. But maybe we'll hold off on now, because we got this to worry about for the moment. Let's get the smaller stack width. We'll bring these two together. All these freaks are primarily focused over here. Too small. My heavy ships don't have much transportability. But they don't seem to have boats, so let's go pick these guys up. Just accept that we're going to be temporarily losing some territory. Wait over here. So we could rebuild some morale before we engage. They're going to be waiting on us. Oh, did you look at that bullshit? They're pulling more guys out now that they've conquered. Green Hills of San Pedro. The natives in San Pedro were enthralled by the glass beads, brass bells, and cloth that Raoul de Savoy traded for fresh fish and venison. There's very little wealth among the people, and they seem peaceful. They deserted their homes one night, leaving the village to be explored by the members of the expedition. Nothing much was found, but a small rattle made of gold, buried among some fishing nets, suggested that Crew might yet yield some fortune for us. Orsini. I'm glad that these rebellious nobles left their debutantes in my court to marry off. Now get them! Where are they going? Manfredonia? Gonna catch him. See, that's how it should be, erasing their armies. And did I capture some prisoners? I did capture some prisoners. Send them back. Execute them. They're my people. Let's ransom them. Another Raoul de Savoy. Yihan, Antoinette, Yihan, Raoul. The de Savoys just love the name then. Aren't I glad that I took out that castle in Siena? But now I got the castle of Perugia to sit on next. And this is it. This is it. The last of my debutantes. The last of my debutantes. But little Beatrice. Beatrice Orsini has become a widow at 32. Not married. Adults, women. Hedwig also is single, and Johanna. Oh, because I was choosing to marry nobles, and that means that crown and burghers don't count. Let's do another marrying spree then. Nobody wants to marry my girls. All these Johannas. Sure. Beatrice. The next least oldest one. And Jew Hedwig. So what if I search for women of the crown who are adults and not in cabinet? We got some ooh. Oh, that's me though. That's me, Queen Margarita. The ooh is me. 50, 50, 80. 60, 60, 45, 40, 40, 40. So, Katerina, my daughter, otherwise I guess everything's fine for where they are. How are the other kids looking? Ferran is 1 year old. Eleanor is 2. They're too young to see what levels of intelligence they've got. Just like an employees. Manfredonia, Lexicarta. Oh, really? All these clerics and burghers that used to be in here, they all got exiled. They all got exiled. Almost finished, just gotta sit on a city or two. Starving in Urbino. Now whose fault was it to rebel against me? Controversial protectionist. Legitimacy versus prestige. Let's drop some legitimacy because it's easily gained. There's no other actual advantage or disadvantage to that. And there goes Aragon being gobbled up by Spain. The de Barcelonas should have sided with me a whole lot earlier. And now we sit and wait forevermore. Nobles are unhappy? No way. Oh, 50% tax. And everybody else was looking perfectly fine. 18.39 income is not so fine, though. They've disrupted my economy with all this. I'm gonna break Mondovi's fingers if they keep this up. Any fresh trades? Sugar to Tunis. Exports, we've already got cloth going. Change trade capacity by 1. Route maintenance is 0.5. Get that sugar. Glass to Lisboa is no longer good. Fine cloth. Minus 0.2. Even Portugal is getting their ass kicked. It's the same Castilian-Aragonese war. Castile could end up absorbing both of these. Needless to say, I do not want to go against Castile until we get more of our own military up. I don't feel myself to be an apex predator here right now. And our pirates, 28.26. They have got to deplete eventually. Maybe build more heavy ships. Maybe it's light ships that I need. Maybe my heavies aren't doing as much, but my galleys definitely feel less than up to the task for fighting off pirates. Early Carracks. Six more early Carracks. I'll have 18 heavy ships. Eat your heart out, France! I see 22, we're catching up. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should focus on trying to become the naval hegemon. Senato time. Frank Senato. Yes, you two, I'm still listening. Right in the middle of the song. Support the state. 50% crown power at a measly 333. Ties to subject, gets loyalty plus 10 while it's being debated only. University. Sponsor a university. Monthly research progress and progress towards innovative by 0.5 for the next 3 months. That's kinda good. How's my current innovative progress? We're at 4.4 and can't progress any further. So we've already got cheaper embrace institution, cultural influence, max literacy. Cannot push further, and it's not giving us any reasons or any ways to increase any free subjects are probably capped out. To further push to all these. Capital economy. We're finally 1.57 capital economy. Food production is worsened, but we're going to start have better production efficiency. So Napoli, expand armory. We'll build a whole bunch of armory buildings places for more manpower on the cheap. Forestries, lumber and lumber, balance the budget. Minus 40% monthly inflation. Minus 0.40 monthly inflation for 3 months. And when it passes, we lose 2.5 inflation just like that. I've heard people talk about this one. That this is actually a pretty good one, because you could just max out your inflation during it. Get a little rebate on inflation on inflation for 3 months, and then just cuts down my throat. What is up with it? And then cuts down 2.5 after. So it's good money making. 61 per month. At max inflation, check it. At max inflation, at max minting, I get 0.36 inflation per month. This gives minus 0.4. So I can maximize my minting and still lose inflation. That's pretty excellent. And then afterwards, it'll drop inflation to just about 0. University is nice. More research progress, more innovative. Money is also really good. My inflation is doing okay already. The smart plays probably balanced the budget, but I want the university. For 3 months, we'll get an extra 0.5 to innovative to squeeze us a little bit further. And I want more research progress to get us through these much faster. I don't care so much about diplomatic capacity, jewelry output, skills of new artist. The expected cost of court is alright, it could take more money off of my legitimacy game. Crown power is pretty nice, but then we get paved roads. Paved roads right there. Weaken noble power. And then institution growth, paper and printing, and then extra cabinet seats. Yeah. We gotta get through all those first. So let's get through all those first. Speed through my research. Squeeze out more innovation. Contain pike and shot? No. I want it. Support for land focus? Alright. And there's my parliament approval. And now that we have an extra 0.5. 0.94 innovative. We're gonna get almost 1 per month. Cannot push further than 94.47. We're not gonna get to 94. We can get pretty close to 50. Sicilian nobles realized our overwhelming might was never going to see them win this war and have surrendered. If only Crusader Kings 3 could do that. To have the AI be like, oh my goodness, you're overwhelming us, we cannot possibly win, we surrender, instead of, we cannot possibly win, throw an army, throw an army, throw an army. Why is your war score capped at 50%? Because it does. Disband all. Disband all. These resolutions really are just wasting my time because everybody else is perfectly fine keeping aligned legislatures. Do they hate me here? Is that what's going on? Mondovi? They have 100 opinion. Nine more years, Pisa. 9 more small years. There's a benefit of the plus 5% research. That's one more out of the way. Gotta get through these two things, October of next year. So, it takes us roughly a year and a handful of months to research another innovation. Noble power is reaching parity again. Which of my skills are failing me? Administration gives crown power. Gallant, military and diplomatic. She could stand to have a expensive education and pair well with that. Military and diplomacy would get pretty high up, while administrative would be okay. Control so meager here now, though. $5 years and 4 years for these. Terrain? Beyond naval range? So, even more benefit to putting a colony over here, and maybe something out this way, is to extend my naval range. And so it won't take as many years to complete these. Institution growth 10%? Yes, please. The lookout had reported sporadic dwellings by no natives, until at long last a coastal village in Kess was sighted. Bearded. Myths and legends foretold of a time when bearded gods would come to the sea to visit them. Alright, a little bit more progress, 4 years to 3. We can't interfere with Byzantines anymore, that war's done. How's my little boy doing? With his expensive education also. 37, 47, 48. He's going to make a fine cabinet member when he grows up. I think it's about time that I change my laws of inheritance to absolute cognatic primogeniture for now. Most capable person in the dynasty of the previous ruler would be Katarina. Though Crown Prince Robert might become more suitable as he gets older. I might want to keep matrilineal non-exclusive. New ruler is the most capable person in the dynasty of the previous. Siblings, female line, but allows male and female. Through the female dynasty. Which means I wouldn't rearrange this so Kodorat becomes Anjou again, would it? Now I'm curious. I know what I want to do, but I just want to see how something works. Because I don't think that's going to change my kids' dynasties to my own. We're fierce negotiator, integration faster, excellent. So if I change to matrilineal, not exclusive, it goes through the female line. And yeah, there's still Kodorats. That's the one interaction I wanted to see. Does this actually do anything? And the answer is no, it doesn't. It's been about 6 hours now, and I did promise the cats that I would feed them when the lunchtime comes around. Just had to ignore them for a bit and close the door on them, so they don't come in here, grooming each other on my desk. Excuse me. So, let me go take care of them while this loads. And I'll feed the cats, and I'll be back in a little while, crocodiles. Alright, cats are fed. Let's come back to game. So, I do like to carry off where we left off. I like the sound of Matrilineal non-exclusive. My understanding then is among my children and siblings, whoever is the most capable will rule. I think we'll do that in the next generation. For now, we'll do absolute cognatic primogeniture, move things over to my daughter, because our dynasty is going to fall out of the hands of the Anjous. I will bring it back to our cousins of the De Barcelonas. Croatia, province of Mondovi, leaving due to their succession laws. But we could fix that. Parliament has an ongoing vote. Does not have a consistent union integration level with all members. Four is consistent. We'll just have to put a vote afterwards for... Does it need to be level 5? We just have to wait for this to finish. Do you think there's still gonna be an Aragon at the end of this war? Or are they gonna be Aragon? Started constructing University in Palestrina. Cost 149. It's a discount. It took 150 of my bucks, but hey. France's economic and military hegemon, and what is this new symbol? Looks like fried chicken. A succession crisis. 1% chance to appear each month. Lower crown power. Hold on. A powerful claimant has pressed their right to our throne against the wishes of our people. Our land is in mortal peril from both internal and external foes. Less than 40 legitimacy. Wait. Why do we drop negative stability? Hold on, I'm confused. Did we drop... I know that it costs stability and legitimacy when you change your succession law. That was 20 and 20 each. That should have brought me back down to 0. Let me just see if I misjudged something. I don't think I did. "23 stability. We have 23 stability. "50 stability to change the law. It's 50. Wasn't it 20 before? I thought for sure it was 20 stability. Okay. Maybe it was always 50 and I simply misremembered it. Maybe it rose due to something else. But even if it gets to the negatives, it won't be forever. And it'll be faster to regain stability from the negatives. Economic and military hegemon. Tax the nobles more. Tax the burghers and commoners more. Little decimals here and there and there. What's the next one? We got cost of court coming up soon. Frances de Ball, 29 years old, phenomenal stats all around. At administration is what matters. If I want more maritime present. 19.56 Pirates of the Adriatic. Penny Cape, Gulf of Manfredonia. So, for Pirates of the Adriatic, Tremiti Islands. Shh, not now, Toasty. Penny Cape. Gulf of Manfredonia. And Coast of Abruzzo. So they're only here, here, here. And there. These guys are being worthless right now. Let's move them up over here. Bohemia's military. Eminci Attorney DA. Didn't we vote on institution growth already? That's an ongoing one, I think. We already voted yes. We already voted yes. Here, Toast, the cups of the wave, jumping there? Woo. Wow. Less than a year for early Carracks. And when does this finish? February. Alright, couple months to go. Toast, I hear you crying. Oh. Hey, baby. Hey, baby Toasty. Generous merchant family. One of the greatest and richest merchant families of the Kingdom of Two Sicilies has decided to reward us for a just rule with a sizable donation. We need the money, 420, or gain prestige, and he's Nardo Marinus moves to the kingdom. Another artist. Gold loving, salary as an artist more expensive. Nah. We need the money more than him. And if my chair could stop sinking. Umberto Diaboria has 97 administration. It's admin that matters, right? Yeah. No. No, it's diplomacy that does. Oh well, so I got it wrong. Missing employees. I don't recall making a dye operation in Rayati. Because it's all the way up there. Build more fruits. We got ownership of iron now. And tin. There's more tin in our lands. Sorry, Sardinia, your primary benefit has been replaced. We got Mercury here too. And horses? Fruits at max, livestock. Livestock 6, livestock 5. Of course, proximity isn't the best there. And so control isn't, and so it'll take a while. Bertram. Giovanna di Larine has amazing stats, would you look at that? It's tempting to give her cabinet rights. We can, it'll cost 20 legitimacy. Ignore gender limit, but it wouldn't ignore class limit. Nobles are not allowed to be on the cabinet. Oh well. Sucks to be her then. Violan's got expensive education. Gallant. Military and diplomacy. Farran is merely balanced. There's nothing all too special about him. Sorry to say it, Farran. But we'll give you a more expensive education if you like. $27's not too old. And there's better institution spread. Practically overnight, printing press just boomed. So I probably could have waited then. You know, we got so many libraries and universities. I don't have to buy the thing the moment it becomes available. Pike and Shot is showing up more. I think I'll go for them next maybe after I get my institution spread and stuff in here. Modernize our military. First we'll modernize our admin, then we'll modernize our military, then we'll see about exploration. So, if I were to do... We could have a crisis of succession. If I were to update my law to absolute cognatic primogeniture. How's my younger son looking? Ambitious. Expensive education. It's okay. We'll make him a cabinet member when he grows up. I want to do absolute cognatic. 50 stability, we can regrow. 0.5 a month. Legitimacy, we could pump out. Already strengthening government, stabilizing country. I don't mind sapping up all of my income for a little bit to get this back above 40 and just above 40, and then try to get my stability back into the green. Let's into the negatives. We're doing pretty good on our inflation right now. Let's fuck it up again. Plus 40. That's the max I can do. 0.92. It's almost a whole stability per month. Let's do 75. So we get stability and a half every 2 months. Ilias qui se pro divini. Antagonism received. I'm not at war. Maybe I should say no to that so that everybody else can get antagonism. Don, what happened to you? Poor pathetic little Aragon. 1% chance to appear each month. Gains us extra monthly legitimacy. Pretender rebel growth. Estates a lot less satisfied. They'll be fine. It'll just be a few months until legitimacy, like a year. A year for legitimacy to hit 40. I could subsist on 12 months of maxing out my inflation. Where are those pretender rebels? Patriots, pops with needs. These my only rebels? There's no pretender rebels, not yet. Oh, that's pretty cool. I guess the noble insurgents scared off every other. Okay, there's no vote going on right now, so can I do... We need... It says consistent integration level. We do. But it cares about the integration status. So Legislature of the Union. No. No. Question of unification. We have to vote on that, and then we can do the Parliament. We're only 48 years of age, we're not going to die anytime soon. Any better trades we can do? We could import gems under the hope that they don't end up going rotten so quickly again. Scandaria, we have a few buildings in. Napoli. We do got some pepper. We're not losing too much supply off of demand. They just want pepper. They just want pepper and weapons. "10 years. Straight up 10 years for Pisa. Game, why are we getting janky again? Bitrate's alright, so it's not that. Napoli market losing food, are we? Are you sure about that? The only place desperate to buy food is Val di Mazzara. Still, they're not exporting all their food, are they? Cunny Honey Market? Okay, they got exports, but no food exports. They don't have much manual trade capacity there. Burger could actually sit in council. Hey, Toasty. Cunny Honey Market is losing 0 food out of their 0 stockpile. 35 legitimacy, just 10 more months to go. Less than 0 stability. Currently minus 21.69. Ooh. I can't add any better stabilization. How's this guy's has even worse martial? Do we have any potential cabinet members with better martial than him? Cost 5 stability to change it. There's not many. Talent pool is drying up. Well, in a few years, by this October, we're getting jewelry output, and then a year and a half after that, Artistic Prince. Then year after that, we can get better cost of court to get Croatia proposed legislature of the Union. Croatia proposed it. Wait, for legislature of the Union? Croatia's voting for federal what fuck, why? You know, it's not the biggest loss if I end up losing Province, Croatia, and fucking Mondori as personal union partners. I don't really care. Province would be nice for haha to get all of this into our land. But otherwise it's not that important. Most of the votes are going my way. Croatia voted against, so if I vote for, everyone's gonna be unhappy. If I vote for and win, everyone becomes unhappy. I lose estate satisfaction. Toasty, careful with those cables back there. Do you want to go in the window? Go on, Toasty. No rushing you? Alright. Onyx, if I want him to hurry it up someplace, I could lightly pat him on the bum, and he'll get going. Toasty, if I do that, he'll resist, right? He'll be like, I'm not going anywhere, you wait for me. Once we get this to 40, we're going to cut back on it. So maybe once one of these uncheck. Let's build more food everywhere. Olives. More olives. More maxed out on wheat over there. How about wheat up now? Wheat's also maxed out. Livestock. Eat the horses. And that's all the money for now. Tax base is somehow still increasing. I don't know how, but it is. When my monies right now are doing so horribly. We don't really need a commander for the army right now. Nobility is very slightly pulled ahead on power again. $38, just a couple more months. Couple more months and I could dial back the expenses for the cost of court. Navy without a commander. How's the pirates looking? Adriatic Sea is at 14.57. Tudus Market, Napoli. 14.57, so long to get rid of them. People weren't kidding about pirates being so hard to defeat. Our policy letting philosophers, administrators, and scientists to pursue knowledge unfettered by governmental or religious restrictions has led to a burst of activity in the salons and university of our capital, Exeter News, free thinkers for 10 years. Monthly research progress 15%. Did I pick good or did I pick good? One more year for this. Cultural hegemon. Force change court language, yes. I don't like that. People on the Reddit don't like that either. Robert. Laszlo d'Anjou. Let's see. He's got a balanced education. He's gregarious. He's okay for balanced. Let's give him a diplomatic education. Really lean into it. Violante has expensive. Second granddaughter will suffer middle child syndrome. She's got gallant for military and diplomatic, so she could stay unbalanced. And then little Farron has also picked up gallant, so military and diplomatic are going to be extra enhanced by the 0.75. 0.33 on military and diplomacy, augmented by 0.75 to all. Who voted for federal legislature? Because that's not just Mondori alone. Oh, that was Croatia. Moldovi actually voted to align. They don't want federal legislature. They like my laws. They just don't want to get absorbed. $39.55. So next month I could dial it back and get so much more money. There, 40 legitimacy. The crisis has disappeared. We got our crown power back. We got equilibrium higher up already, so these guys won't be as baseline anymore. Commoners only want to be at 55 though. Estate enrichment only has 3.84. Common language is court language, communal land, hunting permits, representative parliament, common militias, fewer levies by tradition. Negative stability is draining it though. So you don't want to be at the negatives, at least not for too long. Low legitimacy does a minus 2.99. So, even though I want legitimacy to go back up, legitimacy is a good value to keep higher. 47.2 a month. Should I move some of that to stability? Point data a month for stability, just to keep it going. The closer it gets to 0, the smaller the decimal gain is going to be. And 37 isn't too far off. When does this vote end? August. How's my centralization looking with all the 0.1 now? Because of the amount of vassals. Vassals and fiefdoms combined give a 0.22. Too old. Actually. No, people. Adult, available for marriage, and not ancient. Maria. Burger Maria can marry a noble. There, you could have Capitano Leonello Maggi. Three more years for Cape Verde. It feels like exploring Cape Verde is taking so much longer than Crew. Bohemian, Saxon, Wittenberger War. I've suddenly remembered that inland exploration is something that's getting fixed also. It frustrates people who have already been playing the colonial side of the game, where they could explore up until like these parts, and they make colonial nations that get further and further in, but they can't explore, so they don't know how big their actual colonial nations are. YouTube. Yes, YouTube, I'm still watching. You think for all the spying tech companies do on you, they might know that I'm tapping away at my keyboard and all that, moving my mouse around? No actual disease. It got disease up here. What have they got? Typhus. I like how there's all these bubonic plague 0% places. Where was it the last time I looked? Smallpox 0%. Pisa, typhus. So diseases are around. Almost for our next one. Province has the fuck? We just got through a vote. We literally just finished a vote. Oh my goodness. The heck is going on with this? Because that was the very start of the year, I think it's just... The way revolts and rebellions worked in Crusader Kings 2 was that it was basically a % chance at the start of the month, right? And so it was very common to get a whole bunch of rebellions to pop up on January 1 because it rolled the dice at the start of the month and they all pop. So I think this is just... It's the start of the month. I have all these union members. They're all going to roll dice to see if we play. And their dice rolled. But how it's supposed to be is they're not supposed to spam you. I don't mind that they can ask for stuff. But they are being spammy about it, and that's the thing that they actively tried to roll back on, or to reel in, with previous hot fixes, so these guys would not constantly vote for law changes. That's supposed to be a fixed thing. The pressures we put on our vassals may seem reasonable to the capital, but some demands are seen as insults by the petty crowns you have taken under our protection. Slow negotiations. Diplomatic annexation costs more expensive. What if I just reload to the start of the month? 44 or 1447, 10-1. Look. 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 I got nothing to say, but look. They've already unfixed a fixed thing by making one thing be spammy. So I'm allowed to be a little petty and roll back. Though, knowing the way the seeds work on these games, it's gonna pop up again anyway. Chances are it's gonna pop up anyway. We still got the vote going, we don't got the vote going. So, what if I quickly have us vote on unification of crowns? Because I called the vote, and I'm not asking for too much, they should vote my way. It's only when I try to make faster annexation that they start doing whatever. Wait. Oh. October, not January 10. Oh well. They're good at speed 4, that's like a couple of minutes. Succession crisis, because we didn't get our 40 yet. Didn't get our 40 yet? No, we should be at 4. Hold on. Oh, I see the trouble. Doing a vote thing drops my legitimacy. I confuse myself. It costs like, what, 5 or something? Look. I saw that no votes were up yet, and so I got excited. We're just gonna go maximum speed. Not that it matters anyway. I didn't start building all these buildings, did I? No. Well, I must have, because it's a 2 now. Yeah. All the food and everything else that I've built has been built. So let's get back to where we were first, before I do anything with money. See, all this stuff is the same, so the same seed is rolling. Ambitious kid, expensive education. A little Maria, little granddaughter. Ferran is gallant with his expensive education, so everything's the same over there, that's all fine. See, just a few minutes, ready back to December. Back to December, turn around and make it all right. Then January, pause. There goes province, legislation of the union. There's my skills of new artist. January 1st it has to pop, yeah? Corruption among the clergy. So the game wanted to give any negative event, and they chose this one this time. Cleanse the temple. Clergy unhappy, but I gain stability? Yeah. Clergy is easy, they're gonna love me anyway. They'll be back up to top in no time. -1 stability. Unhappy clergy, they're at 48.98. But they like being at 71. 0? We got -0 stability. $183 voting for federal. And we got it. We got our +1 stability back. Alright, let's start making money again. Stability. We're still making so much per month, even with a lot less investment. That's okay by me. That is a whole lot of stability gained. As long as we're the positive, we're fine. Oh, right. I forgot about the minting. 11.39% inflation. Ooh. Back to 18.54 a month. Well... when my people get happier, they'll pay me more, yeah? New confession of faith. Reformers put forward a new confession of faith that has a minor but serious difference to the Catholic teachings. Get legitimacy and make Waldenesians everywhere. It'll damn everyone, gain religious influence. We currently have 72.79 religious influence. That's not too bad. What holy sites do we have? Jerusalem, Constantinople. Sort by type, sort by importance. How do I sort by religion? I got a filter. This little button here. Primer religion, yes. Alright, there we go. That's what I wanted. Santiago de Compostela, Cologne, Jerusalem, Canterbury, Chartres, St. Peter in the Vatican, Vadstena Abbey, so if we took Rome, we get monthly prosperity, max control in the location, and the country gets 0.08 monthly religious influence. What do the other ones do? Some minor gains. Mostly clerics, monthly prosperity, max control. Jerusalem gives 0.1 religious influence. 100 extra clerics, 0.5% prosperity per month, 5 max control. So the holy sites don't give a whole lot. So I shouldn't worry too much about trying to find them and hunt them down and collect them. Jewelers Guild could potentially make 0.84. I think they're lying. Demand for jewels isn't that great. Demand's only 5. The 0.84 Napoli. 0.6 in Gaeta, Salerno. We'll make one in the capital. Tailor's Guild. Messina and Polemu are set to be moneymakers there. Catanzaro. Cannon makers apparently can make big money again, but not where I'm actually making them. We're losing money in most of my places. I'm not gonna fall for that lie. Maybe make some more. Roots for max, everything. More wheat over here. Oh, that's not mine. Wrong one, Guinea. Stay within my lines here. More olives, more wheat, more livestock. Get some more fur. Legumes. More olives. I guess more medicaments are okay. And there's all my money. Can't click anymore now. Pirates are dead. Pirates in the Adriatic are dead. Now it's only Strait of Malta, Gulf of Gela, Granitola Cape, and Igadi Island, so just over here. This band of 4. Such a pain trying to wipe out pirates. And as soon as I turn around, they're gonna come back. 100%. There we go. There's a drop. Had to wait for the month to tick. Tunis were still rivaled, right? What casus bellis could I make on you? We could just do humiliate rival still. But are they stronger than me now? They got footmen, archers, horsemen. They still have no cannons. They're still allied to Morocco. Also no cannons. 2 heavy ships, 2 light ships, 10 galleys versus 19 galleys. Ugh, that's it! 4 heavy ships, 1 light ship. Heavy ships are nothing. Or light ships are nothing. Galleys, all the galleys I got is nothing. I feel like my galleys are obsolete now. Even as early as a previous era. $11 more months for crew. 12 months, 11 months. Okay, 183 voting for federal, 277 voting for aligned. What I should do then is wait for a bit, get a little bit more legitimacy into me, and when regulated court procedures finishes next May, it'll be even easier, even cheaper to maintain it. So after next May, unless somebody else spams another law change, because apparently we fixed spamming the law changes from junior members has been rebroken, then we could do question of unification, get everybody up to level 5 integration, and then do a parliament to get everybody to match laws with me. What happened to Croatia? Croatian nobles? Croatia! Croatia! Can we help them? We can't help them. We haven't been called into war. Can I... Subject actions, intervene in civil war. Okay. I think that sounds like a good idea to me. And that'll give me something to do. And sort it out once and for all. A transport. I don't expect they got too many, just 648 and 1 transport. So the opposition is non-existent. So we won't even need our full army here for this. In fact, they seem to be doing a good enough job on their own. Gilles de Savoy. Hey, Dark Sonata, you hope all is well? Dark Sonata, it is a cool, chilly, wet autumn day, and I got some stale, used-to-be-warm tea. So it is a rather good day for me today, and hope all is well with you too. Another random ad on Discord for somebody with 0 mutual friends, 0 mutual servers. How do these people find me? According to their profile, they are a partnered VTuber, same as the last one. Do you suspect that these partnered VTubers are all finding me out of the blue with my one viewer streams of Europa Universalis 5 because nobody likes to see maps and spreadsheet games all that much, and think, holy shit, let's add this guy? Or do you suspect that all these popular partnered VTubers might have a lot of, what is it, imposters? When I got one random ad, one random friend request on Discord from someone who claimed to be someone named Fleshy, I eventually popped into their stream, was like, hey, you got a duplicate who was trying to scam me on Discord. Like, what? Oh, I bet it's so-and-so again. Funny enough, that imposter never responded when I said, well, it's a good thing you're live. You seem happy to hear about this. And they like to have 0 at the end of their usernames. Come on, man. You think anybody falls for the imposter act, question mark? What even is the scam with this? November already? So this is what? March? May. May of next year. My boats are too tiny here. Why are my boat levies so tiny? I used to have more boats than that. They didn't get rid of all of my fishing villages and everything, did they? When they last had control? I got fishing villages out the wazoo. How about wharfs? We got wharfs around. So what's making my navy levy so tiny? I used to have boats. What happened to them? Anthony's not too off. Seven fishing boats. Something tells me that 7 fishing boats isn't going to be a whole lot. Nope, still can't embark on 7 fishing boats. I just have no boats anymore. Why are my naval levies so diminished? Ramacharapa down. %67%. I have loads of sailors. We have amazing population. We got lots of wood. So I don't know. What does the internet have to say? EU5, no fleet levies? Why is naval levies gone forever? EU5 2 weeks ago. Levies have disappeared. Levy generation. Where do my levy navies go? I think naval levies either work in a poorly thought out way or they're bugged. Essentially, when you disband your naval levies, the ships are destroyed and not added back to the pool of levies. Additionally, they're regenerated slow and invisible rate. As a result, you can only use naval levies every 15 years or so. That can't be right. Because we raised and lowered levies a lot and had a lot. On Paradox Forum, they acknowledge it is bugged. Someone else posted on a Reddit thread that making a fishing village and waiting 2 to 3 months is a workaround, but I haven't tried it. Debug console, you write tweak, then you have a new pop-up appear. Inside this, write levy, you'll see levy recovery months equal 300. Put it at 1 month and all the levy boats should be back. So, this is beta patch 1.0.8. This is the new one. But we're already seeing a couple of old bugs pop up in this. If the Navy levy is disappearing is one such bug, I thought it was just a case of the giant noble insurgents I had. That maybe the noble insurgents had gutted my share of the Navy perfectly fine. I understand that. That makes sense to me, you know? But now I see I'm still gone on boats when I had so many fishing boats I could use before. This is the correct version, right? version 1.0.8, and the patch that's out right now is 1.0.8. So I don't know if... Like, I don't know the workflow, right? So I don't know if or how they do things. But it feels like to fix a few things internally, they went back to a different version to patch things up in an easier way, where they wouldn't have to do as much work. But then that earlier version they're working on had a couple of bugs that should have been fixed in subsequent versions, but they went too far back, maybe? Maybe if I sort by new. Any complaints on new? PSA. EU5 saves its shader cache in your documents folder, maybe killing your OneDrive space. People use OneDrive? Just a lot about centralization, centralization, centralization. Is nobody else experiencing this, or did I just like fall into an alternate 1.0.8? Well, by the time I got here, they hardly need my help anymore. Is that a knock at my door? Hold on, that is weird. Heard a knock, but nobody outside. Very odd. The closest thing I could imagine then is maybe the downstairs neighbor. They tend to be a little bit odd, right? Like, the top in their relationship seems to be fairly normal, but their bottom feels like they probably should be on meds. And they tend to do things like knock obnoxiously on the ceiling if you make... They haven't done it in forever. But she does seem a bit unwell, you know? Like knocks on the ceiling if you're cooking in the kitchen at dinner time. Lets her dog poop on the balcony right below our balcony. So who knows what that knock is. It could have just been hammering something to the wall. But they're also kind of unwell below me. Diplomacy between nations often affected by random factors. Yada yada yada. Gain 2 diplomats. Or every neighbor country gets 20 opinion. Give me 2 diplomats so I don't gotta buy them. You see a kitty? Toasty? Say hello, Toasty. Dark Sonata sees you. He's being very regal and Sphinx-like right now. You just enjoying the cool day, Toasty? He's just enjoying the cool day, Toasty. Where is Onyx? Is he in the window? Onyx is not in the window, so who knows where he is. I opened the door for a little look outside, so let me just make sure he didn't sneak out betwixt my legs when I went to check the door. Right. Onyx is in my boyfriend's room because I put him in there to have his lunch, and he didn't scratch at the door to be let out yet. He's happy laying on his dad's bed, as Toasty's laying on mine. There, we're helping. We did our part, and now they can do that themselves. We are good senior partners in this relationship. How's the BF doing? The thing they don't warn you about, Dark Sonata, is when you date a brat, you get a brat. So he's doing alright, but... you know. He could be a very frustrating person at times. But otherwise, he's doing fine. Wool is minus 2.43. 2.43. Nah, get that out of here. Not the Napoli market. I don't see minus 2.43. And the Brat Tamer? Oh, Dark Sonata, that would imply he got tamed. .00. Okay, what better imports could we do? I would want them to have food. They could export some weapons. They've also got weapons. Could I export to my own to Naples? Saltpeter to Naples. Give it to myself. Food imports aren't all that expensive. Not much money to be made in them. And fur has so little food, too. Building needs... oh my goodness, there's still... Fishing villages. You are not in the Arctic. You don't do Arctic fishing village. You can make as much money doing normal fishing. You can actually make actual profit. Stop begging for ivory. You're not gonna get it. That's what cultural appropriation is really about. These guys can make perfectly good fishing hooks, but they want to carve ivory fishing hooks because they're slightly more expensive. And so the fish taste slightly better if they pretend they got Inuit fishing hooks. Honey Honey Market could use plenty of gold. So sure, we'll get that in. Get that in. How are they looking on gems? They could use more gems. Get them some Dublin livestock, some legumes. Actually making some decent food or some decent money in Cunny Honey now. Expected cost of court -1. That is great, not just because it is cheaper to buy more cost of court without breaking the bank. 1.45 a month, but I go into debt. But the inverse is also true. I could pay less and still make decent legitimacy per month. If I keep it at 0.05, I'll stay at 48.25. That's alright for now. And now what's next? Crown Power, 10% to get us to paved roads. Paved roads. Paved roads. Faster movement cost. Better market access cost. Proximity cost -25. Bailiffs give -20 proximity. And that's what we have, little splotches of orange among the mustard. Roads. Roads will do so much better than Baileys. We're gonna spread so many roads around. We're gonna get so much better control in this era. Control in Cagliari. That's as good as it's going to get. What else should I have my cabinet member do? I don't want to flop around too much. You could try to change societal value. Maybe, because it's the beginning of the era. Maybe could have them push more towards innovative. We're at 49.62. Can't push any further than 44. So I don't think I can push innovative any further. Centralization is so much further than it's allowed to be. Cannot push further than 10.48. 10.48 is supposed to be my limit. I'm at 52.65. Loyalty of subjects minus 10.53. But they're still annexing, they haven't stopped yet. 7 more years, and then 9 more years. Quality was not too big of a deal for me. Capital economy, we're pushing by 0.21 a month. It cannot push further than 0.21 or 21.11, and we're at 11.38 right now. Food production is slowed down, but production efficiency is slowly getting better. And we have the outward and inward now that we're in the age of discovery. Power projection, diplomatic capacity, monthly colonial migration. Instead, we're going inward. Crown power, if you look inward. Cultural tradition stronger, that's my defense and culture war, right? The defensive power of a culture, the culture war. At maximum, you get 0.5 monthly control, that's nothing. Maximum control doesn't matters more. Tunis, I see your boats, what are you doing? Coming of Age, Maria de Ball, Mary Wath. They're all a bunch of old fogies. Put you in the queue. And how are these accursed pirates? Why do I see pirates in the coast of Abruzzo again? Pirates of the Adriatic Sea again. Pirates of... You see what I mean? I smack them away and they come right back again. Central Mediterranean to 78. Penny Capes got some now. Manfredonia's got them back. What's the secret to pirates? Do I gotta make light ships and put them all over the place? EU5. Pirates. How to deal with pirates 2 weeks ago, EU5, that's old news. Maritime presence. Set a fleet to patrol by the mission system. How to deal with pirates, Paradox Forum. Question about pirates 2 months ago, EU5, and that's too old. Need a breakdown, please, how to fight pirates. They make my life as Vetus miserable. Build a navy of light ships or galleys with more total anti-piracy than your pirates have strength. The number you want to keep your eye on is that one, okay. So Mediterranean galleys have an anti-piracy of 0.2. Early carracks have an anti-piracy of 0.10. So all the early carracks that are built are shit for anti-piracy. Okay. So, I think that right now, fighting pirates is a loser's errand. If we go back to Age of Renaissance, there are a few boats we didn't have. There's a Hulk. Transport type ship, so 0.05. The Bark. The Bark is a light ship with one hull anti-piracy. I've been neglecting these light ships because why would I bother with them? They have less hull, less cannon. They're actually the type of ship I want because they have a whole integer of anti-piracy. Where are the other ships? Cavaliers. Caravel is a light ship. 10 gun and 8 hull. And 1 anti-piracy impact. War Galley is a galley-type ship. 12 cannon, 8 hull. But only 0.2 anti-piracy. So New World gives access to Cavaliers. Not Cavaliers. Well, yeah, but also to caravels. 1 hull anti-piracy, and a decent amount of cannon and hull. So Caravel is sexy for anti-piracy and isn't too bad as a cheaper fleet option than heavy ships. Paved roads. Paved roads coming up. We got paved roads coming up. Better cannons? So if I want anti-piracy boats, I gotta go back and build the barks, or wait for the Caravel all the way on the left. Carrack is a heavy ship. 50 cannon and 25 hulls, probably better than my own. And only 0.10 anti-piracy. I thought more gun would be better for pirates, but I guess heavy warships are too slow to chase them down and eliminate them. So, we got no ship in the middle, light ship on the left, and heavy ship on the right. One more month for the crew group to come back. Then we'll get our exploration for here complete. Diplomat has returned from Parma. They can't improve any further than that. Capitano Mariano Bianchi got a nice surprise with exploring Cape Verde. YouTube, yes, I'm still watching. A dog started appearing recently around his camp, yada yada yada. The mutts mutter matters, lose money. Follows directions, get friendly dog, exploration progress plus 0.10. We gotta be really broke to not be able to afford 1 dog. Imagine though, if the cost of dog scaled like other things scale. Robert. Little boy Robert. My son. Despite being ambitious, he's only 50-50-50. Ambitious? I gave him an expensive education, didn't I? Forez and Charlotte have a couple of gals here. Poor stats. Just about poor stats. Any noble for my Robert to marry that aren't ancient? Beatrice Orsini, Maria di Boncolsi. We'll get some prestige from a royal marriage. This will give us, oh my goodness, 1.25 prestige. Okay, Robert. Robert, you are going to marry that Bonacolsi girl. Heir to Croatia, Province, Mondovi, and Sion. Heir to 2 Sicilies and Bologna. Sion? We're Queen of C. Wait, C. What? Since when? Since when were we the Bishop of Sion? A fiefdom of the Duchy of Provence. Could I release it? I don't need the Bishopric of Sion. I never asked for that. It's cool that I got it. I'm a bishop in the Holy Roman Empire. When did that happen? Where's Sion? It's not... It's not mentioned among my guys here. We even have fiefdom in Bologna, fiefdom in Pisa. And Sion is apparently... Fiefdom of Provence! Oh. Provence has a fiefdom up here. And that's where we're considered a bishop of it. So maybe after I... get everyone up to 5 by allowing unification and then going into parliament to match everyone's inheritances, then Sion will no longer have, hey, your son's going to join here. We're at 45 legitimacy, so it's not going to hurt us to call another vote. Vote for unification of crowns. And hopefully they vote my way. Croatia and Provence are yet to vote. Clear and detailed maps of Crew. Crew doesn't have any states that Paradox wishes to recognize. Or to be under. So like there's people there. It's not showing there's people there. Yeah, see there's people. Western Crew, Gola, Eastern Crew. Akan is down there. Pop-based countries. I mean, aren't we all, to an extent? Population. And see, that's a crazy thing, right? They have population. There's people there. There's people doing their stuff there. Lots and lots of people, sometimes as much as us or more than. But nah, they're Unga Bunga natives. They only exist to put my dominant European troops onto. One might be able to tell that I have certain disagreements. So, since we do see that there's unclaimed land here, do we go back to geopolitics? colonies. Commission Conquistador. We can have conquistadors. Do I need conquistador to colonize? I've got all these explorations going. Provinces. Naval levies. Apparently we just have... Why? They did just get eaten up by that bug, I think. Well, we have more sight on the world. We can't colonize yet. 11 months for Cape Verde to come back. Well, I guess I might as well explore more then. Canary Islands, I'd be very surprised if Spain doesn't have a foothold there. Ghana we could look at, Jolof. Upper Ghana. "63 months. If I sort by time. Upper Ghana will take the longest at 131. Terrain is a big one. But Jolof is pretty quick. Ghana's pretty quick. Western Sahara is super quick, but it's Western Sahara. Let's explore the Ghana area then. Don't crash game. Why are we slugging down here? Sit out from Cagliari. Send the incredible Raoul de Savoy. Nobles could be taxed more. $71 extra monies per month. Should I put another exploration out? Maybe for the Canarias? Let's see, my daughter is set to inherit. She's already joined Order of the Swan. So then how about I go ahead and have my boy here, Robert. Have him join the Order of St. George. Monthly prestige, military ability, diplomatic reputation. Liari control, how's it looking? The best we got for Sardinia and Corsica. It could improve diplomatic reputation. Rebels I'm not worried about. Ligurian Patriots is down to 7.86% progress. I do think the noble insurgents scared everybody else off. Alright, let's set that to diplomatic endeavors. Maybe then I could save a bit of extra money on diplomats. Squeeze a little bit more month by month cash out. Philip's kid. We'll give him military. Violante has expensive education. Her brother's got an expensive education. Little baby Maria. We could give Eleanor. Eleanor could be another cabinet member when time comes. Slightly more expensive expected cost of court. But that's okay. Let's see. Under 30 months for all of these guys to fill in. Masons and charcoal kiln need a couple more years. Naples only has salt collectors and sheep farms for unprofitable. Tunis, a lot of fishing villages and fruit orchards, but those are supposed to be subsidized. I can't just have them permanently be subsidized. Fruit orchard in Cagliari. No laborers employed. Okay. Laborer buildings. Things that produce food, we should keep subsidized. Then in Chunny Honey, naval supplies, tannery, brewery. I can't believe they put the wins on that plenty as is. $14.49. 7 more years. 7 short years to a next Pisa. Everybody's voting for unification of crowns. Cool. We just have to wait for July for that to finish up. Even though everybody's voted, we still have to wait for proper procedure to say the session is now over. And then, that'll bring everybody to level 5 integration. Or level 5, what is it? Yeah, integration level 5. Which means I'll be allowed to use Parliament. And that'll bring everyone's laws, to include inheritance laws, to the same. Mom's died. Excellent spies, hidden agents for 10 years. We have hidden agents. Because we're not using any! Honey, let's import some food. There's no bad trades, are there? Just legumes, minus 0.12. Beeswax, minus 0.01. But the market's still doing very good, so I don't care about that. We don't gotta min-max it. Just give me more foods. Eight whole off of bull? Off of livestock? Napoli market. Any current trays that have soured. Pearls, pepper, just those things my people need. I'll permit those ones to stagnate a bit to be more expensive. Food we're good on. Population needs, just incense. The guys barely have incense, they can't hold on to it all. Trade maintenance is 0.5. If I take this, it'll be 0.5. So that'll be worthless. How about imports then? We've already got so much gold we don't know what to do with. Dublin. Oops. Didn't mean to double up on that. That's enough tweaking the market for now. Missing ivory inputs for 5 buildings. You guys are not to do Arctic fishing villages. Fishing villages throughout the country should only use regular tools. I know that ivory somehow produces more expensive fish. I promise they taste exactly the same. We don't have ivory. Get off it. These assholes. They're trying to ruin me. Hey, Cape Verde's almost done. 5 more months. And when could I do next Senato? 4 years ago? 2 months from now. Central Mediterranean pirates are getting down. Now that Adriatic is nearly maxed out. Ghana trip is ready. 2 years will come back. Maximum diplomats. See, I would say, should I go against Tunis again, except I got the weird boat bug. Maybe tomorrow there'll be another hotfix that'll fix a few of the bugs that popped up. I'll definitely take a peek before I stream again. Maria or Maria? I think he'll marry Maria. It's very important for the sovereign of the land to be matchmaker. Senato time. Naturally, gonna be in Napoli to build up my centralization. Now what do we have? What's on the increased ties to neighbor for diplomatic reputation +2? And if it passes, we get 5 more diplomats, and the Papal States will like me more. Census will give population growth for the next 180 days of 0.5%. And if it passes, we gain stability. We'll gain a native 16% for our crown power, right? Half of our crown power becomes support. So if we conduct a census to try to get more stability in, any laws I want to change? I got a new law earlier, but I don't think I cared enough about it. It was education, wasn't it? Education of the masses has epic traditions now. I don't care about that any. Religious teachings at least give maximum literacy to everybody. Apprenticeships give an extra 5% to burghers, but then I lose 5% for soldiers, laborers, and peasants. And peasants and laborers are like 80% of the population. Education of the elite. If we do education of the people, then it's an even 5% for burghers, peasants, laborers, and soldiers. Get innovative, get humanist. Mixed institutions, nobles and burghers, get 5%. Education of court. So education, I'm fine with them as they are. Martial society gets plus 0.10 belligerent. Conciliatory and maximum peasant tax for civil society. Should I uncurtail the nobility? Rural authority. Aristocratic class is not an enemy to the government, but an extension of central power. Give them the right to rule the rural areas, separate from national concerns. Gives more serfdom, cheaper fortifications. Strengthen nobility, gives more power to them. And crown block from cabinet, hell no. Though isn't there an advance for something that minimizes the power gained through cabinet positions? If I get the thing that neutralizes power gained through cabinet positions, then on the one hand, I don't have an easy source of maintaining power by keeping family in the cabinet, but on the other, it does become a bit more meritocratous if people could just be there, based on their skills, have the strongest cabinet in the world, but not immediately have that provide power to their factions. If we have a nobility electorate, we could do elective succession law. Decided by election. Rules for life, male and female allowed. Nobility and crown allowed to be voted in. And upon succession, lose 10 legitimacy. Dynastic election, lose 10 legitimacy. Succession law may have unintended repercussions for any of our current or future unions. They had to add that text in. I think I read that in the patch notes. I think we could just go for stability then. Centralization, currently 5265. If we do Senato in the capital, we'll conduct a census, get more population growth around the country, and 7, stability in the end. Although, market regulations gives trade efficiency, then extra benefit for merchants for a decade. 5 diplomats. Yeah, we'll do census. Give me population growth. And get me extra stability. Address local market complaints. Lose 1 local market. And our burghers lose a state satisfaction. Support for capital economy, lose stability, lose 2.5. So in essence, I'll be gaining 5.5? No, 4.5. I'll be getting 4.5 stability I'm already building towards capital economy. Preservation, traditional ideas, curtail, innovative a little bit. Lose 2.5 research progress. Tarame loses the local market. Which gives local burger power and production efficiency of 1%. It is an estate building, so I'm not allowed to destroy their estate buildings when we have less than 75% control of the territory. So the estates have stronger control here than I do. No. Control of the territory is in that control. So core regions with higher control, I could destroy estate buildings whenever I damn well want. Which is probably why they've been building their estate buildings outside of areas of high control. Okay. I think I'm okay with this. Destroy an estate building. Make the burghers slightly unhappy. Support land focus. Lose navy tradition to get towards land. That'll put me at 47. And I only need 45, right? No, I do need 50. It just gives an extra +5 boost to the start. Serfdom movement is 0.99%. Repeated agendas minus half. Bailiff complaints? Lose one bailiff everywhere, and the nobles become less satisfied. Remove any bailiff that received complaint from the commoners. And I'm going to do? I am going to sit here and wait. Because I have 180 days for this Sanato. I could get an event that gives positive benefit one way, or negative to the other. Wool, beeswax, legume, wool, that's fine. They just have to be fed. Tools. Use tools, you num-nums. Regular lead and iron tools. Okay, so 51%. See, didn't have to do a thing. Increase it by 1.3 and 1.2 and 1.4 for how low they are. Expectations of Palestrina. Gain 5 extra support. What else to build? Production. Lumber mills remain very profitable. Paper makers are going to be super useful, I'm sure. Paper makers. In all markets, please. Any fresh ones I haven't made that might be... Nah, 22 and below. In that case, more Nepalese paper. More Salerno paper, that's max for them. Cagliari. Cannon makers are promised to be powerful. Palermo and Messina. I don't want to make too many because I don't want to oversaturate the market with cannons that I won't be able to pay for. I'm losing money subsidizing Napoli, Gaeta, and Salerno. So I'll just make a few cannons. Carpenter's Guild makes furniture. Who might want furniture? I don't see any big numbers here, so it's lying to me. What about... we could put more harbor capacity up? Sawmill for local lumber output, 10%. Maritime presence to owner, trade office. France. I don't put foreign stuff on, I want to build up my stuff. So maybe protected harbors. Irrigation for food production and population capacity. I could build more market warehouse for trade advantage, burger trade capacity. Masonry, we have a deficit. Supply is not... demand is outpacing supply. And yet masonry is still a low value good, for whatever reason. We could put crown power in places. If we don't have the counting house advance, then don't show it in my list of buildings to make. Chancery are at max, so I can't build anymore. Docks, on top of giving more sailors, is more harbor capacity also. Shipbuilding capacity +1. Coastal fort. Maritime presence 0.15. Smelters. For iron, copper, tin, and lead. Pound lock canals, proximity and food production. Proximity and food production. Kind of useless building it in the capital, I think. We've already got maximum proximity to the capital in the capital. There, Chunny Honey could get one of those. Local crown power, local manpower. Grand Palace. Cost 200. Cultural tradition and local cultural influence. Is it only the cost is keeping me from it? Never. Well, if it says never, then okay. Are we getting a tick-tick to Sonata support, or is that also coming in from a state satisfaction that's ticking in? Paved roads coming up next. I should save my money, because it's only going to be a couple of years until paved road finishes. And then let's see, we got the printing press embraced already. And it's in so much of the country. Look at that, printing press is basically us and the Pope. Us and the Pope get to have the printing press as an embraced institution. The New World is spreading through Spain and Portugal pretty well. We have a little bit more in us. It's at 8.5% in us. So if I wanted to switch over to Exploration time, diplomatic range, colonial range. Can recruit explorers. Open sea exploration. Colonial policy over on this side. Colonial charters. Create colonial charters. And migration. Colonial policy. We could do our trade colonies we want to do. Because I'm nice like that. Maritime presence up. Naval range, food production, rights of burghers. We've also got Cavalier. No, that's right, Cavaliers. I don't care about Cavaliers. It's Caravels. Caravels, not Cavaliers. Could they get a few more phonemes in here? Trading hub for market attraction. Proximity cost for maritime. Copper and tin output. Proximity to port, -5. War galleys. They got war galleys. It's just galleys. Do I care about galleys? Should I care about galleys in the era of light ships? Shallow draft ships propelled by oars, primarily in coastal waters. Is it an advantage thing? Is it an advantage thing to have galleys in coastal shallow waters, as opposed to light ships, which seem to have similar amount of cannons and hull for the era, but better anti-piracy? So, as I was saying, there's 8.5% of our country that has been exposed to the New World. Whispers are flowing through the streets of the two Sicilies. In Napoli, they understand. In further parts afield, it is merely rumors. Pike and shot is at 17.45. It's currently 26.77% to embrace it. I need it to be at 20% first. I think it's imperative that we do pike and shot before the New World. Because I'm kind of falling behind on military matters. I managed to reach parity by the end of the Age of Renaissance. But we saw how much the noble insurgents was kicking my ass, even with a whole buttload of cannons pointed right at them. 350 cannons didn't mean much when they had their own regular regiments. So if I want to advance my regular troops for the next 150 years or 200 years, infantry, we can go to arquebusiers. We have worse damage morale taken and worse strength damage done, but have better initiative, so they get to the front faster. Falconet, we could upgrade our cannons. Light Lancers, we can get some cavalry in. Regular Lancers. Halberdiers. Wield polearms such as halberds for close combat, offensively and defensively. Infantry type. So if I just wanted If I just wanted to upgrade my soldiers, we would go pike and shot, early hunting guns, training fields, and training fields gives us access to halberdiers, lancers, falconets. I am paying for a whole lot of things at once, and so the economy is kind of spread thin. But it is, my tax base is improving steadily. So modernizing my cannons and getting actual regular regiments would be a bit of a dip into my finances, but wouldn't be the worst. July 23, so this month, this will pass. Animated flag is pretty cool. Policy enacted, unification allowed. I should absorb little Mondovi, so they could stop spamming me every single year when one of their previous legislations expires and goes, I don't even have any estate left. Because every single year practically, they do a law, we pass the law they want to annul, and so that because, well, no, they're fine. It's everybody else who's losing estate satisfaction. That's why Croatia got devoured by their nobles for a bit. Because Mondovi keeps saying, hey, let's annul this thing, be more federal. Province and Croatia say, nah, we like being in a union. Let's keep unionized and unite in this union. And so the law passes, we win, and so we lose for winning. Gotta tweak that paradox. Who's got... Where's my phone? Who's got Johan's number? I don't see how losing a huge chunk of estate satisfaction for succeeding in your vote could possibly be intended. Maybe if you vote against a thing and the thing wins, then sure, you voted, you put your country's reputation on there, your prestige, and you lost. Of course people will be upset. I don't see how you voted for a thing, it passed. Fuck you, how dare you, we all hate you now. That doesn't make any sense to me. But now that it's passed, we can do our parliament. No? Integration 5, 5, 5, and 5. Everyone has the same integration level. Sicilian Union does not have a consistent union integration level with all its members. Five, 5, 5, 5. 5, 5, 5, 5. 5, 5, 5, 5. Is it because we have a Sicilian Pavese marriage union on top of our separate Sicilian union that simply has 4 members, Sicily, Croatia, Province, Mondovi, that has nothing to do with this? 5 members, Sicily, Croatia, Province, Pavia. Five, 5, 5, 0. Pavia! Pavia! Well, isn't the point of having the parliament to catch everybody up to speed? That's the whole point of it. We got two separate unions here. There's a bit of overlap. Sicilian Pavese marriage union seems to include all of these too. What if he dies? Ruler in the Republic of Pavia. He just had to inherit. I can't declare war on our own people. Well, maybe when I die and my kids inherit. Maybe one could push their claim against the other, do it proper Crusader King style, to regain their... Okay, I thought Dolphine had taken over Provence's territories. They just have the same color. Provençal nobles. Because Mondovi keeps on shitting the bed, casting in all these, or proposing all these votes, and then everyone else votes against them. Everyone else wins, and so everyone else suffers. And so now even Provence has nobles going. Alright, hold on. First noble civil war. You guys want help with this? We can't help you out? Intervene in war. Of course, because somehow we picked up the bug from 2 weeks ago's version where Navy levies, once dropped, will simply disappear and take like 300 months to return. Mostly we're going to be joining this war in an observer state with the hope that another hotfix tweaks it and fixes that. How many more days, Sonato? 91 more days? 3 days for Cape Verde. Crown Power. Crown Power is done. That means... next in queue. Paved roads. Paved roads. Could have paved roads coming in next. And then minus 20 noble power. And then more institution growth. And then paper workshop. And then printer shop. And then cabinet seat +1, because right now there's just a luxury, I don't need too much of it. We've done all the integrations we can do. Stabilizing and strengthening government makes this faster and that cheaper, even if I lower my investment into the court. But I guess if I had 2 spare cabinet members, that's 2 more people we're putting to raising control in places that don't quite have proximity development. So, Boa Vista is not owned by anyone. None of this place is. None of Cape Verde is owned by anybody. They have fish and salt. Boys, it's heaven on earth for me. Saffron, sand, rice. The rice that people have been hungering for so long. It got patched out, but we could have our rice empire. Pearls! Pearls to send on home. Niani Market. Benin. We have all these parts of the map revealed. But no colonizing yet. So we're currently exploring in Ghana, Sahel area. Upper Guinea would take 131 months. I could see if nobody's made it to the Canarias yet, but I really, really doubt it. I'm not gonna pay to look at the Canarias when very likely it's already taken over. Let's check out Upper Guinea, even if it's gonna take a while. Capitano Pio Costa. Buccaneer Privateer Durability. Capitano Costa, what aren't you telling us? This admiral's a buccaneer. Well, go buccaneer that way and tell us what you find. But I think for now, this is as much adventuring as we have for today. The 1.0.8 patch isn't too bad right now. The big thing that people seem to be up in arms for, more than anything, is the extra loyalty boost to decentralization and penalty to centralization. It's not so big a deal for me, because we have ways of boosting some loyalty out of Bologna and Pisa to maintain their loyalty enough to continue the annexation process. Parma is the next on my list. They started off at like 17 point something this morning, and now they've doubled to 34. They have to be, 40? To be considered loyal enough? Below 50, loyalty is just loyal. When the time comes to start annexing them, we could just support the loyalists, and that gives us loyalist support. Loyalty to Overlord plus 20. And then with opinion at 200, loyalty at 50, annexation would be a breeze. So there's ways around it if your purpose of being a centralized state with vassals is to have them integrate cores easier and hopefully build up their land's economy and development before it gets to you. For people who want lots and lots of vassals as a centralized state to vassal swarm, that's their own problem. I find vassal swarm disadvantageous, even if it's a good meta. So it's no skin off my back. But there are a couple of unfortunate side effects of patch 1.0.8. My levies, my navy levies, have vanished into the ether. Apparently that's an old bug, and for me playing 1.0.8, it is an old bug that has resurfaced. And we have the annoying, well, I don't know if it's a bug, the annoying behavior where junior union members will spam law changes and sap at everybody's estate satisfaction. I feel that's less a bug, more an unintended behavior that did get patched out, and that's returned for me. So, We'll see if another hotfix comes out by the next time I stream. That's the nature of playing a Paradox game on release, is that it's gonna get patched to hell and back for the next 3 years. Even DLCs for some games do funky stuff that require a month of hotfixing. I remember playing Crusader Kings 2, and there was a really nice DLC and patch that came out. And every single member of your court, everyone in the world practically, got the sunken black eyes that represent blinded characters, because the expansion and the patch added a new trait, and so that bumped up the ordering of the traits. And so what used to be one trait then became the blinded trait when the game went in to look for, okay, trait number blah blah blah. Used to be this, now you're blinded. That was funny, and I remember that before the hotfix even went out, they said, hey, this is why if you go into your files and you change this, it fixes it. That built up some good faith with me, like, oh my goodness, these guys are so on top of the ball, they see what's wrong, they communicated. Not always the expected behavior, but it's busy work, all the stuff they gotta do. So we'll see if I roll with 1.0.8 going forward, or if a better hotfix comes out overnight, or if I roll back to the previous hotfix, just so I can get my damn boats back. I don't mind the other changes. I don't mind the loyalty changes because it fits with my playstyle. But either way, for now, that is going to be it for tonight. I've had my fun. We've had over 8 hours of fun. We're pushing into overtime. So I'd say let's see who's online. We know who's online, don't we? We know who my usual raid this time of night is. Plus, most of my other usual raid targets are not online. Sumi was on but got offline. Gromma isn't streaming right now, so it's not late enough to stream Grom. But Macaw is playing what he claims are artisanally crafted indie games for high score. That's some of his favorite stuff to do. So let's go see what he's up to. We're still pretty shallow into the Age of Discovery. I'm kind of surprised how slow I'm going through the game. Everybody else is at the Age of Revolution or whatever, and suffering from all the constant revolts they have. Because it turns out, surprise, surprise, there's more balance that has to be tweaked in the later eras of the game. I guess by the time we get to there, hopefully they fix stuff up. So for now, folks, thanks for hanging out. BF should be home soon, and then we'll finally do some grocery shopping. So stick around for the raid. Of course, we're going to go check out Macaw. Go say hi to him. I'll catch you guys on around the next time. So I'll see you then. You guys take care of yourselves.
Tomorrow 輝こう